Berarti kan ini kalau ini emang nanti atau pakai ini berarti ke apa ini kalau terminal baperan
Hotel dan tiket pesawat murah. Mau. Diskon tiket pesawatnya bikin dompet rileks.
Cek, dicoba cek satu satu. Oke, baik selamat pagi kepada para peserta.
Cek, cek, cek satu dua, tes satu, cek, 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 kembali.
Hello.
Cek dicoba sekali lagi.
Yes. Please tell time, but you have to please email me. Thank you.
Cek,
Cek,
cek. Selamat
Cek.
pagi, kami ucapkan selamat datang di acara 7 ICWH International Conference and Workshop of Health di Aula Kebidanan. Kami mohon dengan hormat kepada seluruh peserta untuk menempati kursi terdepan terlebih dahulu. Sekali lagi kami mohon dengan hormat kepada seluruh peserta untuk menempati tempat yang telah disediakan. Kami persilakan untuk mengisi kursi kosong yang ada di depan terlebih dahulu. Disampaikan terima kasih.
cek satu dua tiga.
Dipegang bukan suaranya, kalau dipegang bukan suaranya. Biar
Cek satu dua tiga. Cek, ya kan? Harus dipegang. Hidup ini mesti. Cek satu dua tiga, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Tadi pegang, pada tiga. Ya, harus ada penghantar listriknya dalam tubuh. Settingannya. Jadi harus. Ladies and gentlemen. Malang, we are delighted to welcome you for the 7th International Conference and Workshop of Health under the title Transformation of Health Service through the Strengthness Academic Community in Health and Cancer, Heart Disease, Stroke, Nephrology, and Maternal and Child Health, that will be 9 and 20 November 2024. First of all, let us introduce ourselves. My name is Bayu Dwi Prakoso, and my partner.
Anedian Aryani, and we will be hosting you for today's event. Before we proceed, I would like to welcome our special guest for today. Welcome to the Honorable Dr. Anda Oos Fatimah Rosyati, MKes, Director of Health Workforce, Provision Directorate General of Health Workforce, Ministry of Health, Republic of Indonesia. Dr. Muhammad Wildan, Apurban MPD, Advisor and Director of Health Polytechnic of Malang, Vice Directors of Health Polytechnic of Malang, Heads of Departments of Health Polytechnic of Malang, Heads of Study Program of Health Polytechnic of Malang, Heads of the Center and Unit of Health Polytechnic of Malang, Chairs of the Committee, and Team of Installation of the Science and Technology Center of Excellence of Health Polytechnic of Malang, our distinguished speaker of the conference, and last but not least, participants and all of the audiences. Safety induction. Welcome, you are currently in room P of the Polkesma. Potential hazards that may occur in this room are earthquakes and fires. If there is an earthquake, do not panic. Immediately exit the room through the main door. Prioritize children, the elderly, pregnant women, and people with special needs to the meeting point. In the event of a small-scale fire hazard, use fire extinguisher to put out the fire. If the fire is on a large scale, immediately save yourself and contact the fire brigade. Restrooms are located on the right and left sides of this room. All attendees are encouraged to maintain order and cleanliness and be safety to all of us.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first agenda for this morning, we will sing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. The audience are wished to stand up.
singing the hymn of Health Polytechnic of Malang.
Poltekkes Kemenkes di Indonesia siap mengabdi nusa dan bangsa, berbudi luhur, berakhlak berbudaya, berbakti demi tugas mulia. Poltekkes Kemenkes di Indonesia bekerja profesional mendunia, semangat juang tak pernah padam untuk kesehatan bangsa, siap melangkah untuk berbakti di Dharma sebagai pedoman kami, membangun hidup berdiri tak pernah henti untuk Indonesia tercinta. Poltekkes Kemenkes di Indonesia siap mengabdi nusa dan bangsa, berbudi luhur, berakhlak berbudaya, berbakti demi tugas mulia. Poltekkes Kemenkes di Indonesia bekerja profesional mendunia, semangat juang tak pernah padam untuk kesehatan bangsa, siap melangkah untuk berbakti di Dharma sebagai pedoman kami, membangun hidup berdiri tak pernah henti untuk Indonesia tercinta. Poltekkes Kemenkes hebat, Indonesia sehat.
Please arise to sit down.
The next agenda is prayer that will be led by Mr. Muhammad Hassan Buati Hello M Farm. Time is yours.
Cek satu. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our heads for a moment to pray to God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, that this international conference and workshop of health entitled Transformation of Health Service Through Strengthen Academic Community in Handling Non-Communicable Disease become a precious moment for all of us. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, hamdan syakirin, hamdan naimin, hamdan yu'afi ni'amahu wa yukafiru mazida. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi lil jalali wal ihkal karim wa azimi sultanik. Ya Allah, thank you for your opportunity to gather in this moment, the noble event. We are grateful for your blessing and mercy that always accompany our step. We ask you to grant us our blessing, your blessing and guidance in every action and decision we take. May this event be sourceful and beneficial knowledge for all participants. Ya Allah, we hope that this conference, international conference and workshop of health will be successfully and meaningful, create a conducive atmosphere for learning, and provide deep understanding to all participants. May each session be platform for growth and inspiration so that we all return with valuable knowledge. Allahumma inna nas'aluka ilman nafi'an wa rizqan thayyiban wa amalan mutaqabbala. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Subhana rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wassalamun ala mursalin. Walhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Amin amin ya rabbal alamin. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Mr. Hassar for leading us of heartfelt and meaningful prayer. May the blessing and guidance we have so inspire us through this event. Let us now process to the next agenda.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now continuing our meeting to the next agenda. That is to listen the keynote speech and also the opening remarks from Mrs. Dr. Randa O.S. Fatima Rosyati MKAS, Director of Health Workforce Provision, Directorate General of Health Workforce, Ministry of Health Republic of Indonesia. Please welcome Mrs. Dr. Randa O.S. Fatima.
Oke, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Greeting and very good morning for all of us. The Honorable Director and Vice Directors of Health Polytechnic Malang and all distinguished speakers of this conference, Associate Professor Dr. Latri Tafi Jakot Trangko, and then Associate Professor Saira and Dr. Yoga Waranugraha, Profesor Barakatun Nisak, and Dr. Melanie Rebdera, and Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Safezwan Abdul Wahab, and other speakers from Health Polytechnic Malang, and all Civitas Academia participants, and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to warm welcome to you all and thank you for being here today in the 7th International Conference and Workshop of Health hosted by Health Polytechnic of Malang, Ministry of Health of the Republic Indonesia. I would like to express my appreciation to the Health Polytechnic of Malang for initiating the international conference transforming of health services through strengthening academic community in handling non-communicable diseases and maternal child health. This event is one of the main means in encouraging all speakers and the participants to share their expertise. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, as we all know that communicable diseases and then stroke, kidney diseases, cancer, diabetes, and the chronic respiratory diseases, as well as maternal child health problem are leading causes of morbidity and mortality globally. Their rise poses a significant challenge to health system, especially in low middle income countries. The SDGs 2030 goals is to reduce death due to non-communicable diseases and maternal child health problems. In response of this issue, the Ministry of Health has launched the health transformation to improve health status and the quality of life of the Indonesian. There are 6 pillars of transformation. In regard to overcome these non-communicable diseases and maternal child health issues, there are the first primary transformation that promotion and education effort to encourage people in adopting a healthy lifestyle, such as maintaining a healthy diet and doing physical activity, and then expanding the range of early detection of non-communicable diseases and maternal child health risk factors that can be carried out in at a posyandu or a community movement by cadres through supervision from the primary health center. And then improving integrated primary services is necessary to obtain non-communicable diseases and maternal child health problems. Management refer to the existing standards so that the issue become in control. The second is transformation of referral services is expected to improve the quality and acuity of health services for all people in Indonesia by developing a non-communicable diseases and maternal child healthcare network hospital. The third, transforming the health resilience system by improving the availability of non-communicable diseases and maternal child health formulation, and then screening equipment, diagnostic equipment, and detection of complication and monitoring tools. And the fourth, furthermore, it is also necessary to fulfill and mean distribution of health workers nationally in order to ensure access to non-communicable diseases health services. The fifth is transforming the health financing system is also needed by formulating the policy to support people with diabetes to have equity in health services. And the last, in the future, health technology will become a prominent issue in strengthening information technology and developing personal and precision medicine. Ladies and gentlemen, to tackle non-communicable diseases and maternal child health problems, it requires integrative multidisciplinary approaches for healthcare involving the collaboration of diverse health care professional and system to provide comprehensive and patient-centered management of the non-communicable disease. This method recognizes that effective non-communicable diseases health treatment extend beyond medication to include various aspects of health and lifestyle. An integrative approach bring together various specialists. This teamwork collaboratively to address the multifaceted need of a patient in order to manage the disease, including to accomplish diseases and health problem targets in control. Our healthcare transformation agenda is well reflected in the topic discussion in this conference. So this platform is an excellent opportunity to exchange health knowledge, insight, and best practices between various healthcare professional and member of academia. Through this platform, health polytechnic are encouraged to hone their contribution to policy making and innovative approaches in controlling non-communicable disease management and prevention within their respective area by conducting research and engaging with the community. We hope that this conference serves as a catalyst for concrete action and concerted collaboration in our mission. Your presence amplifies our collective resolve and commitment to fostering a healthier future for all. Closing of my speech with blessing, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I hereby declare the 7th International Conference and Workshop of Health officially open. I hope that today activities become one experience for all of us in witnessing health transformation in Indonesia, as well as have a fruitful discussion during the event. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to our keynote speaker, Mrs. Dr. Anda O.S. Fatimah Rosyati, MKS from the Ministry of Health of the Republic of Indonesia for the enlightening keynote speech and the opening remark. Your valuable insight and thoughtful perspective provide a strong foundation for the discussion and knowledge exchange we will engage in throughout this conference. Your presence and support truly highlight the significance of our collective efforts in transforming health services, especially in addressing non-communicable disease and maternal and child health. With that, let us now proceed to the next agenda of our program with excellent topic. Hopefully, it can inspire all of us.
Ladies and gentlemen, next is report from the chairs of the committee that will be delivered by Head of Installations of the Science and Technology Center of Excellence of Health Polytechnic of Malang. Please welcome Mrs. Dr. Ekowati Ritaningtyas as Governess MKes. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Health Polytechnic of Malang. We are delighted to welcome to the 7th International Conference and Workshop on Health under the title Transformation of Health Services through Strengthening Academic Community and Handling Non-Communicable Disease, and the focus on the cancer, heart disease, stroke, uronephrology, and maternal and child health. Which in Health Today, number 19 and 20, 20 to 24. Before we proceed, I would like to welcome our special guest for today. Welcome to Honorable Dr. Anda O.S. Fatimah Rosyati, MKes, Director of Health Personal Profession, Ministry of Health, Republik Indonesia. Muhammad Wildan, Aparpen MPD, Director of Health Polytechnic of Malang, all of the Vice Director of the Health Polytechnic of Malang, all of the head of department on the Health Polytechnic of Malang, all of the head and the study program of the Health Polytechnic of Malang, all the heads of the center and the head of the unit of Health Polytechnic Malang, and of the distinguished speakers on the conference, and the last but not least of the participant and the audience. This conference focused on health transformation. We know that health transformation is a significant and strategic move of address the increasingly complicated challenges within the healthcare sector. People widely recognize health and the fundamental basis of human development. Therefore, we would be providing access to high quality and affordable healthcare services. The talk through this today focus on the cancer, heart disease, stroke, urology, and the maternal and child health. Ladies and gentlemen, every year the international conference converges with this Natalis and the Honors National Health Day. The event attended by lecture, student and educational staff from both the Malang Ministry of Health Polytechnic and external institution. We also extend our gratitude to all committee members for the cooperation in the organizing this event. This is our report. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Thank you so much to Mrs. Ekowati Ratyaningtyas for the comprehensive report and for your dedication to making the 7th International Conference and Workshop of Health a success. The insight and preparation you have shared truly highlight the importance of this event in this addressing non-communicable disease and maternal and child health. With this solid foundation, we are ready to embark on a meaningful journey of the knowledge exchange on collaborations. Let's now proceed to the next session on our agenda.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is welcome speech by the Director of Health Polytechnic of Malang that will be delivered by the Health Vice Director. Please welcome Dr. Kisa Bahari as Kepala MKes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, allow me in this opportunity to welcome all of you in this conference by praising our Almighty God for all His blessing, grace, and mercies that have made us possible to gather here in this excellent and fit condition. Let me also extend my greatest gratitude to the representative of the Ministry of Health of Republik Indonesia, Ibu Dr. Anda Oos Fatimah Rosyati MKes, Director of Health Workforce Provision, and all our distinguished speaker, colleagues, staff, international local friend committees, and beloved participants and audience. Thank you for all your support and contribution in this event. Dear all, on behalf Director and Management of Polytechnic of Health Malang, I'd like to welcome to our annual event, the 7th International Conference and Workshop with the theme Transformation of Health Services through Strengthening Academic Community in Handling Non-Communicable Diseases, focus on cancer, heart diseases, stroke, and uronephrology, and also maternal and child health. This issue is regarded significant due to the current situation in our country, which indicates a growth in non-communicable diseases prevalences, as well as maternal and child health difficulties. Ladies and gentlemen, this predicament arises as a result of our society current lifestyle changes. People tend to live an unhealthy lifestyle, eat unhealthy food, and pay little attention to maternal and child health. Therefore, through this conference, we will present various findings and views about the topic at hand, which are intended to have a good impact on our community's health. A healthy society will result in a healthy nation. Once again, a healthy society will result in a healthy nation. So it is our obligation as member of the health community to promote this goal and hosting this event is one of our attempt to do so. We should strive together to build a better future for our future generation. Having a healthy nation is one method to achieve that goal. Poltekkes Malang, as one of higher education institution focusing on health, must actively participate in this attempt, which is also consistent with our vision, becoming a civilized and globally competitive health polytechnic. Ladies and gentlemen, in the following 2 days agenda, we are going to have more exposures and information regarding health scientific findings related to non-communicable diseases and also maternal and child health. Getting more ideas will broaden our minds and improve our ability to deal with challenges. I believe that by actively engaging in this conference, we are already helping to improve our country. Let us join and make the most of this gathering. Burung Piu makan durian. Thank you for joining this conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Mr. Kisabari for delivering the welcome speech on behalf of the Director of the Health Polytechnic of Malang. Your inspiring words set the tone for the 7th International Conference and Workshop of Health, emphasizing the critical role of academic community in transforming health services to address non-communicable disease and maternal and child health. We are grateful that have made this event possible. With this, let us proceed to the next session of our agenda.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now continuing our meeting to the next agenda, that is the conference sessions. Before start, I would like to read the rules of our conference today. Each participant are highly recommended to be present from the beginning until the end of the webinar. Every participant in the Zoom meeting are prohibited to unmute themselves during the speaker presentation and can unmute when allowed. Question can be typed via chat box under for the format name _institution_ questions. Information such as material links and other can be accessed via the chat box.
Now we will start the first session of the conference. The topics are prevalence of nephrodialysis and its association with urinary tract infection by Associate Professor Dr. Matri Raficha Kontrekal, Senior Lecturer, Konkan, Thailand. And Center of Excellence in Midwifery Education, Integrated Kembali, that will be qualified by Mrs. Nita Costanza, SSONT.
This session will be led by Mrs. Eka Wulandari, SPD MPD, as the moderator. But before that, I would like to introduce her briefly. Eka Wulandari is English lecturer in Health Polytechnic of Malang. Experience 2012 until 2024 English lecture at Poltekkes Malang, and last publication ESP student. Perception toward the utilization of TikTok for the improving English skills, and books English for nursing and part of speech. Please welcome Mrs. Eka Wulandari.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Everyone, it's an honor for me to be here to represent the nursing department for leading the session for today, for today's event, especially the first event. the Honorable Pak Osi, Pak Kisa, and also other distinguished speakers and also distinguished audience from online session and also the offline session. Unfortunately, we have the first session online, so we have to say hello first to Mrs. Ratri. Can you show me the...
Yes, I'm staying here.
Okay,
Good morning.
ma'am. I wish to see you. Where can I see you? Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. See. Okay. Okay, ma'am. So today we are going to have the first session from Mrs. Ratri. And maybe first of all, I would like to read. Okay. Finally, I see you. How is everything, ma'am? Is everything okay there? Is everything okay?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
So today I'm going to help you delivering the presentation, and we have some of audiences here offline in offline season, and we also have the online audiences. Welcome to the online audiences. I hope you can enjoy our session today and the following days also. Okay, maybe before we start, let me read your curriculum vitae, Mrs. Ratri curriculum vitae. Can you please open the CV? So we can see that the event today is for enriching and empowering ourselves as the health personnel and health education for making our knowledge better in everything, of course. So we can see here is Associate Professor Dr. Ratri Tafit Chakontrakol, Magister of Technology, Doctor of Philosophy. Correct me if I'm wrong. And she is a senior lecturer in saya nggak bisa. Sorry, I cannot read her CV. Nggak muncul. Nggak. Nggak. Baru muncul. We can see the curriculum vitae. So, wow, yeah, you have so many academic qualification, ma'am, including the Bachelor of Science in Medical Technology, and then Bachelor of Laws, Master of Science and Medical Biochemistry, and then also English for specific careers in law, Certificate in Education, and Doctor of Philosophy in Medical Biochemistry. So we can see that your expertise and interest, of course, is in medical microbiology and biochemistry, urinary tract infection and kidney stone disease, antimicrobial agents for natural products, development of test kits for inflammation and or infection in the urinary tract system. And you have many publications already too. We have 5 national publications and 42 international publications. Next. And then we can see also that's about her education, areas expertise and interests, and journal articles. And I believe there are many awards that you also have. Maybe the audience will be able to read them later. So we can see that our first source person is very capable in delivering the presentation. So you are going to have 20 minutes for delivering the material, ma'am, and then 10 minutes for Q and answer session. Is there anything you want to clarify, ma'am, before we start the presentation?
Okay, please open the video.
Okay, everything is okay.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction.
Sorry, ma'am.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction.
Okay, thank you
Okay,
for
please,
joining.
yes,
Yes, maybe we can start the presentation. So, ladies and
yes,
gentlemen,
yes,
welcome,
thank you.
Miss Ratri. Give applause, please.
Okay.
อาจารย์ต้องบอกเขาอีกว่าเปิดที่จะ
Please open the video that I sent to you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So audience are permitted to write any questions in the chat box if you are interacted with the source person.
Would you open the video, right? Okay, please open the video. I have sent the video to you and quietly to open the video.
Yes, we are trying to open the video now.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, wait a minute. Welcome to Poltekkes Malang, ma'am. Even though it is only online, so I believe you can see that many audiences already in this room waiting for your talk. Is this your first time with us, ma'am?
Okay, yes, this
Yeah.
is the first time.
I hope we can continue, yeah, the cooperation later on, talking more about that.
Good morning,
Okay.
ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to be here. The topic I'm going to present today is about loss of bacteria in kidney stone genesis. The content including introduction, prevalence of kidney stone, mechanism of kidney stone, following with the association kidney stone and urinary tract infections or UTI. Finally, I will summarize about the loss of bacteria in kidney stone genesis. First of all, I would like to introduce you about nephrotic or kidney stone disease. Kidney stone disease an increasing health problem worldwide and a common urinary disease with high recurrence. Kidney stone disease is a multifactorial disorder resulting from the combined influence of epidemiological, metabolic, and genetic factors. For the definition of kidney stone are solid masses that are made from chemicals in urine. Several papers found that calcium oxalate continues to be the most component of kidney stone. For the prevalence of kidney stone, the various prevalence of kidney stone depend on geographic and climate factors and some other factors such as age, sex, occupation. For the example, the prevalence of kidney stones in the United States adult population were 9.9% in 2017 and 1.8% in 2020. Another, the prevalence of kidney stone in southern Iran adults was about 21%. Moreover, kidney stone disease remains a common public health problem worldwide and is highly prevalent in northeastern Thailand. When we look in the types of stone that can be categorized into four groups, including metabolic stone or non-infection induced stone or NIIS, and non-infection induced stone or IIS group, the other groups are genetic and dark stones. The chemical compositions of metabolic stone, such as calcium oxalate, calcium phosphate, uric acid, and proteins. This metabolic stone is caused by abnormal metabolism of patients. On another hand, the chemical compositions of infection-induced stone are composed of magnesium ammonium phosphate or stool white stone. For the risk factors of kidney stone, there are two major risk factors of kidney stone. The first is intrinsic factor, including genetic factor such as cystinuria, form disease, and kidney disease related with metabolic causes such as hypercalcemia, hyperparathyroidism, and obesity, and renal tubular acidosis. For the intrinsic or environment factors such as climate, heat, sweat loss, and dietary composed of high sodium oxalate but low potassium and citrate. Citrate is a stone inhibitor, especially in the calcium oxalate stone. This slide shows the conditions that favor stone formation, including urinary crystalloids could promote the nucleation on the existing surface and supersaturation urine. Low urinary magnesium causes decreased complex formation with urinary oxalate, allowing free oxalate to be more available in the urine. And the other, low urinary citrate causes increased stone formation because citrate forms a complex with calcium, so free calcium is more available for stone formation. And the high concentration of uric acid in the urine could promote the nucleation in uric stone. In normal urine and kidney tissues contain stone modulators which can inhibit or promote kidney stone genesis. Some stone inhibitors such as citrate, magnesium, glycosaminoglycans, phosphoprotein, osteopontin, and albumin. And the other promoters such as calcium, oxalate, phosphate, uric acid, all of them, the imbalance between the inhibitors and promoters could promote the stone genesis. This slide shows the basic about mechanism of stone formation. It starts with nucleation of stone constituent crystals or crystallization, following with crystal growth and crystal aggregation. Finally, the adhesion to renal tubular cell or crystal retention and invasion to renal interstitium. Continue with the process of kidney stone formation. Firstly, when occurs the urinary supersaturation, that is a solution that contains more of dissolved material than could be dissolved. And next, nucleation solutes precipitate in urine leads to nucleation and then crystal formation, following with the crystal goals. As a result of continuous exposure to saturated urine and a matter to form aggregates that are large enough to be retained in the urinary tract. Finally, cell-crystal interaction and retention. All of these processes, all stones, share similar events with respect to the mineral phase of stone formation, including urinary supersaturation, nucleation, crystal growth, crystal aggregation, retention of crystal within the kidneys. Let's go to the path of urinary tract infection or UTI. Begin with the pathogens reside in the intestine, and after accidental contamination of the urethra, it can migrate to the colonization in the bladder. After that, may continue to the pyelonephritis. The associated with some factors that compromise the urinary tract or host factors that we call complicated UTI, such as urinary obstruction, especially kidney stone, and interfering catheters. Let's move to the diagnosis of UTI. There are two major parts of investigation, including history and physical examination of patients, and laboratory analysis. Urinalysis, including urine dipstick and urine sediment analysis for screening the UTI. Moreover, urine culture is the gold standard of UTI diagnosis. If the urine culture result is positive, with significant number and types of microorganisms, the usage of antimicrobial agents depends on the symptoms of patients too. This slide shows the most common uropathogens that found in the urine culture, including gram-negative and gram-positive bacteria and some yeast. Escherichia coli is the most common found in urine culture and the causative pathogen in this urinary tract system. Go to the important point: association between kidney stone formation and UTI. Kidney stone and urinary tract infection like a chicken and egg dilemma. What is the etiological factor and which is the consequence? Urinary tract infections are well known to be associated with kidney stone formation. The association between nephroretesis and UTI can be divided into two parts. The first part about the kidney stone formation developed following the UTI, or we call infection-induced stone, that's caused from urea-splitting bacteria such as Proteus mirabilis, Klebsiella pneumoniae, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, and some gram-positive bacteria such as Staphylococcus aureus. These bacteria can lead to stool-white stone. And the second part is the nephroretesis with subsequent UTI. As it's complicated, so we call stone with subsequent infection. Our previous publication in 2012 entitled Extensive Characterization of Bacteria Isolated from Catheterized Urine and Stonemetic in Patients with Nephroretesis. In this paper, we hypothesized that the microorganisms found in both stonemetic and urine were not the intact bacteria from secondary UTI, but were indeed the causative bacteria involved in the stone formation and pathogenesis. This table shows the chemical composition of all kidney stones. The first column represents the chemical composition of stone, and the next column represents the stone formers with bacterial isolates, and the next represents the stone formers without bacterial isolate. The three most common chemical compositions found in those with bacterial isolate included calcium oxalate mixed with phosphate, magnesium ammonium phosphate or we call STU-white, and uric acid, whereas the three most common chemical compositions for those without bacterial isolates were calcium oxalate mixed with phosphate, pure calcium oxalate, and uric acid. This slide shows the types of bacteria isolated from stomatics. The top three most common bacteria found in stomatics were Escherichia coli, Proteus mirabilis, Klebsiella species, and Klebsiella pneumoniae, respectively. This table provides the data about urea and citrate tests in 36 stone formers with bacterial isolates. The first column represents the chemical composition of stone, and the next column represents the stone former with bacterial isolate, with the number in the 36 cases. The first is the urea test, and the next for the citrate test. All of them show that non-urea splitting bacteria about 70% and non-citrate ureterizing bacteria about 60% were found in all types of kidney stone. And the next paper from the Chutipuntanet and co-worker. This paper indicated that intact Escherichia coli, Klebsiella pneumoniae, and Staphylococcus aureus has significant promote effect on calcium oxalate crystal growth and aggregation. Continue on with our publication. This paper study about the differential colony-site cell length and cellular proteome of Escherichia coli isolated from urine versus with the stonitis of kidney stone patients in the same group. In this paper, we found that all the differential characteristics and cellular proteome finding might be adaptive response of Escherichia coli from remote infection to survive it within the stomatic that subsequently cause recurrent UTI in kidney stone patients. Another paper in our group by M. Anand, 2017, we found that the new knowledge about elongation factor TU on Escherichia coli can promote calcium oxalate crystal growth and aggregation, which are the important process of kidney stone formation. Continue study with Galaya and co-worker. They found that flagellum is responsible for the promoting effects of the viable Escherichia coli on calcium oxalate crystallization, crystal growth, and aggregation. Let's move to the important information. The roles of bacteria in kidney stone formation or stonegenesis. From the previous understanding about non-infection-induced stone or IIS, the IIS bacteria association. IIS occurs as a result of metabolic disorders and might incidentally enter some bacteria and source of recurrent UTIs. UTI may act as a consequence rather than a causative factor for NIIS. From extensive investigation for several years, start with the bacteria could be isolated from stonitis, intact viable Escherichia coli, Klebsiella pneumoniae, and Staphylococcus aureus has significant loss in stone formation, especially in the step of the calcium oxalate crystal growth and aggregation. Following with the elongation factor Tu, flagella derived from Escherichia coli, which promote calcium oxalate crystal growth and aggregation too. All of this leads to the rethinking and a new roadmap about non-infection induced stone or IIS bacteria association, especially UTI or bacterial components and their abilities relate to NIIS formation, with some pathogenesis roles, with varieties and specific ways. This is a hypothesis of pathogenic mechanism of nephrolithiasis with UTI. We propose that nephrolithiasis caused by bacterial infection. Bacterial infection may lead to crystallization or nucleation, crystal growth, crystal aggregation, crystal retention, resulting in kidney stone. Therefore, the roles of bacteria in stone genesis will be further investigated. Finally, thank you for all collaborations and research funding. Last but not least, I sincerely thank my dear staffs and family for their love and understanding. And the important participants here, thank you for your attention.
Okay, give applause, everyone. So we have a very delightful presentation from Miss Raiti. It's really interesting. I think we have lots of new knowledge, yeah, about how kidney stones form in our body, yeah, from all kinds of factors, and then the studies related to that. Okay, it's a really nice thing to deliver to us. Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, audience, maybe you have some questions. We have 10 minutes for the Q&A question. Let me check the chat box first. Okay, there is still no question. Maybe from the offline audience, is there any questions? You have problems with the language, maybe I can help translating. My dear students, maybe you have some questions in the back? Or my beloved friends? Bapak, Ibu? So we greet the people here, Bapak, if it is for male, ma'am. And then for the ladies, we call it Ibu. Yeah, maybe that's one way it greeting the people here. Any questions? Oh yeah. Yes, please. There is one question, ma'am. I'm still approaching.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask you, Mr. Ratri, how long the stone is the formation?
How long the kidney stone form in our body? So yeah, maybe 1 year, 2 years, or how many years? Then that will create problems for our health.
I think we can't define for the time that occur the crystal formation because it depends on several factors like intrinsic factor. If your body have like a stone inhibitor, so it help you to prevent the stone formation. But if some subject or some people have a low concentration of the emitter and high promoter, may be easy to form the stone formation. So we can't say 1 year, 2 year or anything, but If the patient have the stone already, after remove it, maybe have the high recurrent rate of kidney stone formation again, maybe 5 to 10 years, something like this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So 5 to 10 years, and it may cause health problems, ma'am. Is it true for some people?
Again, please.
5 to 10 years. Yeah.
Oh, not normally for the people, but if the people have the stone formation already, after they kill or remove the stone out of the body, after that maybe have the high recurrent rate of the stone formation, maybe about 5 to 10 years. It depends on the intrinsic and extrinsic factor too, something like this.
Okay, thank you. That's clear. Is it clear, Pak Sugeng Iwan? Yeah, okay. All is clear, ma'am. Another question, maybe? Let me check the chat box. Okay. So we can see that our, our daily consume is really unhealthy now. Many people eat junk food, unhealthy food. So what do you suggest, ma'am, if we talk about that kind of consumption?
In general, if we eat anything, should it balance between the inhibitor and the promoter, something like this, because some promoter have formed the vegetable that had high oxalate, something like this. It may have the a high containing about the oxalate, that is the promoter. So if we eat and take care of ourselves, take the some foods in the to the balance our body, it's okay.
So prevention is the key. Yeah. Okay. Any other maybe? Okay. I think there is. Sorry. One question, ma'am. One more question from Ibu Rosiana.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ren. I introduce my name Rosiana. I want to ask you about can kidney affect for children? Can kidney stone affect children, and how to be the prevented?
Yeah, maybe let me clarify.
Yes.
Do you think kidney stone can be formed in children? Is there any cases happening to children? And how to prevent them if it can happen?
Do you mean, did you ask me about the kidney stone in children, like?
Yes, yes, in children.
In children, maybe occur, but in general that we study, it should be have the prolonged exposure, high increase the promoter or something like that. It use the several years to promote the calcium oxalate or any stone. So in the children we have some evidence, but maybe less than in the adult, something like this. Except the genetic disease maybe occur in the some patient, it is a rare case, something like it. Okay. Have another question.
Sorry, ma'am. I think there is a connection problem. We cannot hear you clearly.
Oh, okay. I mean that you asked me about the kidney stone in children life. So in children may occur the stone formation, but in general, in our group, we study in adult, especially the kidney stone formation in the middle age or the average age, about 40 to 55 years, about 50 years old, because kidney stone is maybe we call the chronic kidney disease, something like this. So it needs time to formation in our body.
Okay.
And okay.
Yes, thank you. So it probably happens, but the focus of your study is not on the children, but on the adult. You can say like, yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Maybe any other questions? Yeah, okay. We have one question from the students, ma'am.
It's okay.
I want to ask you, Miss. Recently on the presentation, it mentioned that kidney stone can be happen from generation, but can kidney stone is disappearing by itself when from generation by generation, far from generation, so the kidney stone can disappearing itself?
In general, kidney stone is not the generation to generation because it's not the genetic disease really, because it have the multifactorial factor like intrinsic factor and extrinsic factor. Extrinsic factor like environment factor that you stay in the high temperature, you can lose some sweat and is to the hydrate and prone to the stone formation, something like this. And the intrinsic factor, maybe you have some cause like hyperthyroidism or something like this, maybe the risk factor for the stone formation. But the genetic, some kidney stone like cystinuria maybe is a genetic factor, something like this. Okay.
Thank you very much. That's really interesting. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Any other, maybe? No? Okay. Oh, one. Maybe the last question, ma'am, because we only have time. Finally, everyone is excited, ma'am.
Oh, okay. I appreciate to answer everything.
Hello, ma'am. My name is Irni. Several countries are currently experiencing vitamin D deficiency, including Indonesia. Therefore, both children and adults are advised to take vitamin D supplements daily. Is it safe for the kidney if taken every day? Is there a secure way to use it? For example, taking it every Monday to Friday, then stopping at the weekend. How about it? Thank you.
I think if you take some medicine or supplementation, anything, it should within the normal range. If you eat more than the normal range, it may the high risk. But I think if you consult the physician or the about the physician, I think they or she will suggest you in the optimal dose for intake, something like this.
Sorry, ma'am. There is an connection problem. Can you please repeat?
In general, I study about yes. I study about the bacteria involved in the stone formation. But for the vitamin supplementation, we didn't study. But in the knowledge for the vitamin supplementation, it is real knowledge for the maybe pro and con for the stone formation. This is in the research in another group, something like this.
So how much is considered to be safe, maybe? for consuming the supplement, do you think?
I think it depends on the age and the age and the sex that you want to intake in some dose like this. If you consult with the physician, I think it is the best information for before intake in the children, because some children have another physiology and anatomy different from adult, something like this.
Is it clear?
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. So depends on the age, and even though we are talking about supplement, of course we have to consult, to the physician, ma'am. Is it what you suggested, right?
Yes, because because it differs from the age of the children. That should intake the vitamin, something like this, not more than or less than. So it choose the optimal range, something like this.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, so we come to the end of the session. We have finished the 10 minutes for the Q&A session. Thank you very much, ma'am, for all the answers. Please give the biggest applause for Miss Ratri. And before we finish the session, we would like to give you certificate for the delivering the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much for your everything. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope this is not the end of our.
I thank you.
Yes. So this is the certificate, ma'am, for your role.
Okay, thank you very much for the conference in this. This is a good opportunity for me to share the experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, maybe you have some closing speech, ma'am?
Okay. I think our research group will provide the information about the bacteria and stone formation in the near time. Maybe we study about the other area like test kit for the detection and screening the kidney stone in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We hope so. We hope that the condition is getting better and better. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
You may leave the room and continue your activities today. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Thank you, everyone. So this is the end of the first session. I'll give it back to MC.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Eka, for the leading the discussion, and thank you to Mrs. Associate Professor Dr. Ratri Tafika Krontakrol from Khon Kaen University of Thailand for their insightful and impactful presentation. Once again, thank you for joining us today, and we hope to see you in the next opportunity.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is the topic of stroke and systemic thromboembolism prevention strategy in atrial fibrillation that will be delivered by Dr. Yoga Waranugraha, SPJP, Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Medicine, Brawijaya University. And this section will be led by Mrs. Nafilatul Fitri, SST MKKK. I would like to introduce her briefly for the committee. Please share screen the CV of Mrs. Nafilatul Fitri as the moderator. Mrs. Nafilatul Fitri, okay, yeah. Mrs. Navratul Fitri, her academic background from University Erlangga, Magister Occupational Health and Safety, graduated September 2019, and her research is Summer Crash Course, Malaysian Journal of Medicine and Health Sciences 2019, Risk Assessment on Hull Painting Process at Shipyard 2018, and the correlation between exposure to carbon monoxide and hemoglobin level among street food vendors at Keladak Market Surakarta, Central Java 2016. And I would like to invite Mrs. Nafilatul Fitri to lead the discussion today. Please welcome Mrs. Nafilatul Fitri, SST MKKK, and please welcome our speaker today, Dr. Yoga Waranugraha, SPJP.
Thank you, MC, for the introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 7th International Conference and Workshop of Health. I am Nafilatul Fitri, moderator for today's session. Before we start our presentation, I would like to inform. I would like to introduce our international speaker. He is the senior expert in field of medicine, Dr. Yoga Waranugraha, SPJP, and they will be sharing their valuable insight on stroke and systemic thromboembolism prevention strategy and atrial fibrillation. Before we produce the first topic, allow me to read this curriculum vitae for today's speaker. He is a doctor. His name is Dr. Yoga Waranugraha, SPJP, and he is a heart specialist and lecturer in Faculty of Medicine, University Brawijaya, and he has 18 publications in international journal, and also he active in international conference. Before we start, I would like to greeting our speaker. Assalamualaikum, dokter.
Okay, Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
Good morning, doctor. We have a bit time, short time.
Yes.
You will speak your material about 20 minutes.
Yes.
And the next is the discussion around 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. And next, I would like to remind our participant here, if you would like to ask about the question to Dr. Yoga, you can raise hand or you can raise hand in chat column and ask directly to Dr. Yoga. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Dr. Yoga to the
Okay, thank you.
presentation.
Thank you for the time at the stage. I want to move there. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, it is a big honor for me to be here to deliver the speech about the stroke and also atrial fibrillation. All of us know that the most common heart rhythm disorder in the clinical practice is the atrial fibrillation. And the number is getting higher now. And all of us know that the most common complication of atrial fibrillation is stroke or systemic thromboembolism. That's why this morning I would like to deliver the speech about the stroke and systemic thromboembolism prevention strategies in non-valvular atrial fibrillation. So I'll show you the data regarding the atrial fibrillation. Actually, about 43.6 million people around the world suffer from atrial fibrillations. And 1 in 3 individual will develop AF in the future. And the prevalence of atrial fibrillations is getting higher now. And all of us know that around 20% to 30% of ischemic stroke patients have atrial fibrillations. And around 22 to 30% patient, AF patient will have left ventricle dysfunction and also heart failure in the future. And all of us know that atrial fibrillation also increase the mortality and also the annual hospitalization rate. So how about in Indonesia? This is a good publication that I found in the journal Epidemiology of Global Health in 2024. It said that the number of the cardiovascular disease, including atrial fibrillation or flutter and also stroke, already increasing in number. That's why we have to understand about the AF and also stroke and the link between these conditions. So actually, the diagnosis of atrial fibrillation needs the ECG recording. From the ECG, we can easily identify the atrial fibrillations by the presence of the irregular QRS complex or RR interval. And then if we see the P wave, actually we cannot identify the specific P wave because of the irregular atrial activations. It's very easy. Then in this era, we all of us know we have several tools that can detect the arrhythmia. The most simple way to detect the arrhythmia is using the self pulse palpation. And then sometimes arrhythmia can be detected by blood pressure assessment and also single lead ECG, or some smartphone applications now can detect the arrhythmia, and also the smartwatch like this, you can check your heartbeat by using the smartwatch. It's very easy. That's why, because of the advancement of the equipment, we can easily screen and also confirm the diagnosis of the arrhythmia. And the diagnosis of atrial fibrillation still need the confirmation by 12-lead ECGs. So this is a clinical spectrum of AF or atrial fibrillation. So some patients, maybe they don't have any symptom or asymptomatic, but some will come to a doctor, or they will come to the other healthcare professionals with symptoms such as palpitations, dyspnea, fatigue, chest discomfort, dizziness, or poor exercise tolerance. But some patients will come to seek any help with severe symptoms such as syncope, symptomatic hypotension, acute heart failure, or cardiogenic shock. This is the several complication of the atrial fibrillation. All of us know that the atrial fibrillation itself can cause the thrombus, especially in the left atrium. If the thrombus move out from the heart, it can stuck in the brain and it can cause stroke. It's said that 1 in 4 AF patients will develop stroke in the future. That's why today I would like to focus my speech in how to prevent stroke and systemic thromboembolism in patients with atrial fibrillations. Okay. Yes, this is the mechanism how the thrombus is generated inside the left atrium. All of us know we have the triad virtue. It consists of blood stasis, hypercoagulability, and also endothelial damage. All these conditions will induce the thrombus formations. Commonly, the thrombus happen in the left atrial appendage. Then this is the big difference between the red thrombus and white thrombus. Thrombus in the arterial, for example, in the carotid artery or coronary artery, they have a lot of platelet. That's why the thrombus called white thrombus. But the thrombus in the veins and also in the left atrium in atrial fibrillation patient, it has a lot of red blood cells. That's why they call the red thrombus. So to prevent the thrombus formations is quite different between coronary artery disease and also the atrial fibrillations. In the white thrombus, of course, we need the antiplatelets such as aspirin or clopidogrel. But for the red thrombus, we need anticoagulant such as warfarin and also the novel or anticoagulant, the new drugs. So this is the care approach in managing atrial fibrillation. I adapted this from the ESG guideline 2024 for atrial fibrillations. CARE stand for C is comorbidity and risk factor management. A stands for avoid stroke and thromboembolism. R stands for reduce symptoms by rate and rhythm control. And E stands for evaluation and dynamic reassessment. Morning, we are focusing on the avoid stroke and thromboembolism. So before we give the patient with anticoagulation, we need to do this risk stratifications. So we have two most famous tools to assess the thrombosis and also bleeding risk. So the first, this CHATFA score. CHATFA score is score that created to predict the incidence of stroke in patient with AFib. The higher CHATFA score, the chance for stroke will be higher. Okay, so the CHATFA score stands for congestive heart failure, hypertension, old age more than 75 years old. It has 2 points, and also people with age from 65 to 74 got 1 point. Diabetes mellitus, stroke, vascular disease, and also female, because female the risk for in female the risk for thromboembolism is greater than male. I don't know why, but the higher CHATFA score is correlated with the higher stroke annual stroke rate here. So beside the CHATFA score, we also need to assess the H-split score. H-split score is the score that created to predict the major bleeding. So it stands for the hypertension, abnormal renal or liver function, stroke, bleeding, label, INR, elderly, drugs, or alcohol. So we can see here from this picture that the greater H-split score is correlated with greater risk of major bleeding. So this is the several choices to prevent the thrombosis. Traditionally, we know if PKE or vitamin K antagonist warfarin, the oldest type of the anticoagulant, the oral anticoagulant. But in the recent 15 years, we have some new drugs, including dapigatran, epixaban, rivaroxaban, and also edoxaban. This is the active W trial comparing the clopidogrel with aspirin versus oral anticoagulation. You can see here from the Kaplan-Meier curve, it is clear that oral anticoagulation is more effective than clopidogrel and aspirin in reducing the thromboembolism and stroke in atrial fibrillations. That's fine for atrial fibrillations. Nowadays, no more aspirin and clopidogrel. We just think AFib, the patient should receive the anticoagulant, right? So, yes, actually, when we use the VKA, we have a lot of drawbacks. The most important thing is the risk of bleeding and also the narrow therapeutic window. That's why we need the more stable drug called NOACs, novel oral anticoagulants. Okay, so yeah, we need to compare which is the best, which is the best, which is better between the Pep Guardiola and also Sir Alex Ferguson. As the MU fan, I always say that Sir Alex is better than Guardiola. But you, as the Manchester City fans, you always say that, oh, Pep Guardiola is better than Sir Alex Ferguson. But in medical, we cannot make the comparison like that. We have to see the data. That's why I'll show you the head-to-head comparison between NOACs and PKs. Okay, nowadays we have four types of NOACs: dabigatran, rivaroxaban, apixaban, and edoxaban. So those drugs has been assessed in the RCT or randomized control trial. We know we have the four big randomized control trials, including Relay, Aristotle, Rocket AF, and also Engage AF TIMI 48. All of them compare the NOACs and warfarin. Okay. Those trials include 1,000 patients, the big number. That's why before we conclude that NOAC is better, we need to see the data. This is the result from the trial comparing dabigatran and warfarin. Actually, high-dose dabigatran is the most effective compared to the low-dose dabigatran and warfarin in decreasing stroke or systemic embolism. So how about the Rocket AF that assessing the rivaroxaban versus warfarin? You can see here in the Kaplan-Meier curve, the stroke or systemic embolism is lower in rivaroxaban group than warfarin group. So how about the apixaban? You can see here, the apixaban shows the same result for stroke or systemic thromboembolism. It can decrease the risk of stroke and thromboembolism more than 21%. But the most important thing from this the result of Aristotle trial is that apixaban can decrease the risk of hemorrhage or major bleeding. That's the advantage of the novel oral anticoagulant. So how about the edoxaban? Edoxaban shows the same result. So that's all the RCT data. I'll show you my meta-analysis data in the real world population. Actually, this is my paper and I am the first author. I did the meta-analysis including 2.4 million people. And I'll show you this result. NOACs is effective decrease the stroke and also the all-cause mortality. So how about the bleeding? The risk of bleeding for major bleeding, intracranial bleeding, and also gastro is much lower in the NOAC group. But the risk of the gastrointestinal bleeding between two groups were not significantly different. But from my meta-analysis, we can conclude that NOACs provide a lot of benefits than warfarin in preventing atherofibrillation. So if you see the new recommendation from the European Society of Cardiology guidelines, these guidelines place the NOAC or DOAC in the first choice in preventing stroke or thromboembolism in AF patients. That's the class 1 recommendation, like this. Okay. So the most important thing that you have to concern about, although the NOAC is more superior than warfarin, but the number of the bleeding is quite high. Okay, the bleeding rate is still around 3.3 to 5.2% per year. That's the major concern. So this is the new approach called the left atrial appendage occlusions. This is the device that plays on the left atrial with the aim to prevent the clot formation inside the left atrial appendage. Okay. Yes, this is what we can learn from the Break 17 trial. Break 17 trial compare NOACs or DOACs with LAAO or LAAC. We can see here the trial including 402 patients with high risk for stroke and also high risk of bleeding. With the median follow-up around 3.5 years, quite long follow-up. So how about the result? The main result is LAAO is non-inferior compared to the NOAC in preventing stroke and also thromboembolism. So we can see here for cardiovascular death and also stroke LTIA, the difference is not quite significant. Okay, but for non-procedural clinically relevant bleeding, left atrial appendage occlusions show the lower complication rate compared with NOAC. So that's why this is my paper already published in this year. I do meta-analysis comparing LAO and also NOAC. I'll show you the result. For stroke or thromboembolic events, the result is not quite different between both groups. So it's consistent with the risk of stroke and also transient ischemic attack. For the all-cause mortality, you can see here, no big difference between the both groups, but for the all cardiovascular mortality, left atrial appendix occlusion provide more benefit than NOACs. So the most important thing is left atrial appendix occlusion can decrease the risk of major bleeding and also major or non-major bleeding. So this is the new recommendation from the latest ESC guideline. Maybe percutaneous left atrial appendage occlusion can be considered in patient AF with AF and contraindication for long-term anticoagulant treatment to prevent ischemic stroke and thromboembolism. Okay, this is the last slide from me. This is the take-home message. Stroke and thromboembolism prevention is essential aspect of AF patients management. And now, NOACs are recommended in preference to TKAs to prevent stroke and thromboembolism, especially in patients without mechanical heart valve and also without moderate to severe mitral stenosis. And percutaneous left atrial appendage occlusion may be considered in patients with AF and contraindication for long-term anticoagulation treatment to prevent ischemic stroke and also thromboembolism. Thank you so much. If you have any question, we can move on to the discussion sessions. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Yoga. Before we begin the discussion and Q&A session, I would like to remind all of participants here, if you want to ask, you can directly raise hand, and or you can chat in the column, and I would like to read it to Dr. Yoga. And before we do that, I would like to ask I think getting to the care strategy about Dr. Yoga presentation, I would like to ask how many times in a year we need to check up about
Okay, do you mean the cardiac
cardiac.
medical checkup.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. That is very interesting because now the trends for the cardiovascular occurrence become younger, and current recommendation is for the people aged more than 40 years old, they should at least once in 1 year to have a routine medical checkup, including physical examination and some important additional examination, for example, X-ray or maybe ECG, and also laboratory examinations. But for the people with high risk job,
Yeah.
such as pilot and also army, and also people that work in the mining company, so they need more, or athlete, they need more aggressive screening, including the treadmill. Yeah.
And about your answer about treadmill, and ideally, how much we can do in a week about cardiac sport to to
Okay.
protect our health.
Okay. So your question is about the exercise prescription for people, right?
Yeah.
So the first thing we have to have you ever heard about the FITT concept?
No.
FITT,
Sorry.
frequency, intensity, type, and time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So for the people with the heart disease, the first important thing they have to receive the optimal medical treatment first from the doctor. Okay.
Yeah.
After the patient considers to be safe to do the exercise, doctor can give the exercise prescription with FITT concept. F stands for frequency. The frequency should be at least 5 days in a week. Okay. I stands for intensity. Okay. So what intensity that appropriate for a patient with the heart disease? Do you think the high intensity, moderate, or mild intensity? Moderate intensity is the best. The moderate intensity means the target heart rate should be between 60% to 80% of maximum heart rate. Do you know the formula to calculate the maximum heart rate?
No.
2020 minus the age. For example, now I'm still 70 years old, right? So my maximum predicted heart rate is 2020 minus 37. So around 180. That's my maximum heart rate.
Okay.
Then you can multiply it with 80% to 60% to 80%. Yeah, that's the target heart rate to do the safe exercise. First T stand for type. The safest type of exercise for the patient with heart disease is the aerobic exercise.
Aerobic
exercise.
Okay.
And never do the competitive and also weight bearing exercise in patient with heart disease because it's very harmful. Okay. So the last T stand for time.
Yeah.
The time for exercise should be at least 30 minutes in one day. Okay. Remember FITT, frequency, intensity, type, and time. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the answer. I would like to ask the all of participants, if you have question, you can raise hand in the offline first, maybe. Any question from our audience?
Thank you very much. My name is Firanita Krotul Aini. I am a student from Brawijaya. I want question one, how can metabolic change in blood cells serve as biomarker for early detection of stroke? And then is there relation about radiation harmful
with stroke. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Maybe I need to repeat the first question. First question is about the biomarker, right? Specific biomarker for stroke predictor. Yes, actually not for stroke, for the general cardiovascular disease such as the heart disease. Some research now explore some biomarker such as an inflammation biomarker, interleukin, TNF, and also some microRNA to detect the to predict the risk of the heart disease. But unfortunately, until now, no evidence support the use of those parameter in to predict the cardiovascular disease in the future. Maybe maybe it has some reasons. The first, maybe the small study or still in animal study. That's why if we need to generalize it to the general people, we cannot do that. We still don't have enough data, right? The result from the small study cannot be generalized in the general population. Yeah. So until now, we have some predictive, some score that can predict the risk of heart attack or something. Have you heard about the Framingham Heart Score, or also score from the ESC of ACC-AHA, the CVD risk calculator? Until now, the scoring system to predict the future cardiovascular events is still based on the clinical data, not biomolecular data. Okay, maybe in next 10 or 20 years, it can be the new tools to detect the heart disease in the future. But until now, as far as I know, the recommendation to use it in the general population is still not recommended by guidelines. Okay. And the second question is talking about stroke, radiation and stroke. Okay. Some study reveal that radiation has a correlation with stroke, but don't forget that the number is quite low. Okay. The number of patients is quite low, or they are small study. That's why to conclude that radiation can cause a stroke is still questionable. Yes, it's still a question there. So at least for stroke prevention, we still believe in the traditional risk factors such as hypertension, diabetes, and also smoking. That's increasing age. Male is more susceptible to have the stroke compared with female, and also genetic factors is that has a strong relation with stroke. We still believe in the clinical factors until now. Okay.
Okay, thank you for your answer, Dr. Yoga. And the next question is from online question.
Yes.
They ask,
May I see the chat?
Miss Tri, yes.
Yeah.
Nowadays, it's common to find young people diagnosed with hypertension, blood pressure, sedentary lifestyle. Under what condition you should be alert to possible complication of heart disease?
Okay, that's a nice questions. Thank you for the questions. Actually, she wants to know how blood pressure can cause the heart disease. Okay, all of us know that the high blood pressures is the major cause of the heart disease, because in the patient with hypertension, it can the peripheral resistance is quite high. That's why the heart will work more to overcome the blood pressure, to eject enough blood from the heart to the peripheral circulations. As the consequences of these conditions, the myocyte will proliferate in the concentric, in the parallel way that can cause the left ventricle hypertrophy. Okay, and the left ventricle hypertrophy itself can be the source of some problems such as the heart failure and also the arrhythmia. Okay, that's the first pathway. And the second pathway is the high blood pressure can cause the high shift stress in the blood vessels and can promote the atherosclerosis formations. And all of us know that the atherosclerosis in the coronary artery disease can decrease blood flow to the myocardium and cause the infarction. So the complication of reaction will be the heart failure and the patient will be died about that from that, okay?
Okay. Thank you for the answer, Dr. Yoga. Is there any question from the audience?
Maybe
Okay, this is the last question, Doctor.
Yes,
okay, baik.
Yes.
Maybe the last question, Dr. Yoga. Thanks for the opportunity. This is Fitri. Okay, from the presentation that you present, it's only about the stroke one. Yes, comparing the medicine, which one is the best for the stroke, and the chart of the possibility that someone can stroke. Yeah, that's right. From the Politeknik Kesehatan Malang, have SUP, the core of Polkesma, that diabetes mellitus. My question is, if someone have complication, stroke with diabetic, not diabetic, but with ketoacidosis, the aggressive one, yes, right. If someone have stroke, acute stroke with ketoacidosis, which treatment do you prefer, the stroke one or the ketoacidosis, or both disease you treat aggressively? Thank you.
Okay, that's a difficult question for me.
Yes,
because actually I am the cardiologist. If you want to talk about the stroke, you can ask the neurologist, but I will answer your question. In the presentation, I emphasize that heart rhythm disorder or atrial fibrillation can cause the stroke. Okay, that's why in my presentation I'll show you the current advancement how to prevent stroke in atrial fibrillation. But your question is, if someone has a stroke and also diabetic issues, which one that I have to aggressively? Of course, in my opinion, we have to treat both conditions aggressively because both conditions are the emergency situation. In emergency situation, you need to treat the problem as soon as possible to prevent further complications. That's the principle. But if you ask me, which one do you prefer? Do you want to treat first? And my answer will be, we need to treat them simultaneously.
Simultaneous.
Yes. Okay. That's the basic principle. In emergency situation, we have no waiting time to treat the patient. We have to treat them aggressively. Yeah.
Thank you for the answer, Dr. Yoga.
Okay. Thank you so much for it.
Okay, thank you for much for the presentation and the answer and the discussion. The next agenda is certificate rewarding to our international speaker. And maybe IT can help me to show the certificate first. This is the certificate we could give to you, Dr. Yoga. We hope you like it. And please give applause to our international speaker. Once again, thank you very much for the material you gave to us. I hope we can do the next collaboration, maybe about research or maybe about um oh, apa?
Yeah,
Pendidikan
sure.
and so
We can do a collaboration in the future. Nice to be here, and thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. Okay, and the next, I would like to give it back to our MC. Doctor, you can present.
Okay, thank you. For the next topics, we will head to the second topic that are heat stress in healthcare effects of personal protective equipment on workers' comfort and safety that will be delivered by Dr. Zaida Rizida Murang, Senior Lecturer, University of Brunei Darussalam. And for this session, will be led by Mrs. Nafilatul Fitri, SST MKKK, to Mrs. Nafilatul Fitri. The time is yours.
Thank you for the MC for the introduction. We honor to have participants from around the world today. Without further ado, I would like to introduce our international speaker. Her name is Dr. Zaidah Rizidah binti Murang. Okay. She is a lecturer in PAPRSB Institute of Health Science, University Darussalam, and he has publication. Total number of citation is 199, and total number of publication is 14 in Google Scholar, and other relevant activities is coordinator for micro master in occupational health and safety program, international environment and occupational health global classroom program, and assistant coordinator for master of medicine program, and convener for master public health module HH 5105 environmental and occupational health. Before we proceed to first topic, I would like to greet our speaker. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Zaidah.
Waalaikumsalam.
We are delighted to have you this morning. How are you doing, Doctor?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We have a bit short on time. We can only pick presentation about 20 minutes, and the next is the discussion for 10 minutes. And before that, please let me remind all the participants here. If you have question about the topic, please drop the question in the chat box, or you can ask directly by raise hand, and I will we can do it in the next discussion later. Okay, to the Honorable Dr. Zaidah Rizidah binti Murang, with a topic of heat stress in healthcare effect of personal protective equipment on workers' comfort and safety. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chairman. Assalamualaikum and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. I'd like to begin by thanking the organizer, especially Tri Mardianti from the Career Development Center and International Affairs, Health Polytechnic Malang, for inviting me to speak at today's conference. It's an honor to share this platform with such esteemed colleagues and an audience of engaged professionals. Okay, so now we will dive into a topic on heat stress in healthcare, where I will specifically talk about the effects of PPE, personal protective equipment, on workers' comfort and safety. By the term workers here, I will mean healthcare workers in the healthcare industry. So you all may wonder how today's conference theme, which is on transformation of health services through strengthening academic community in handling NCD, non-communicable diseases, is related to my topic in heat stress in healthcare. Well, we know that ensuring the comfort and safety of healthcare workers, including addressing heat stress caused by PPE, directly impacts their health. And stress and overwork healthcare workers may themselves become susceptible to non-communicable diseases such as hypertension and diabetes due to prolonged stress, fatigue, and occupational hazards. And we are also aware that a healthy and supported healthcare workforce is better positioned to manage and prevent NCD in the population effectively. Okay. So this is the plan for my presentation this morning. First, I will talk about the introduction on heat stress so that we all know what the term heat stress means. And then I will talk about the relationship between PPE and heat stress, followed by the impact of heat stress on health and performance of healthcare workers. After that, I will briefly talk on my research, which is on the perception of healthcare workers on the usage of PPE and how it can impact their comfort. After that, I will talk about the prevention and mitigation strategies, recommendations, and lastly is the conclusion. Okay, so heat stress, or so what is heat stress? Heat stress can be defined as the sum of environmental and metabolic heat loads, which increases the core body temperature of an individual that may potentially cause physiological decrements. Okay, so heat stress occurs when the body cannot get rid of excess heat. Okay, so when this happens, the body's core temperature rises and the heart rate increases. Heat stress is also the leading cause of weather-related death, which can exacerbate underlying illnesses, including cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, mental health, asthma, and can increase the risk of accidents and transmission of infectious diseases. So, understanding heat stress, there are many factors which can contribute to heat stress. And the ones I highlighted here are only three, the top common ones, okay? The top three most common primary factors contributing to heat stress are environment, worker, as well as work. So I will explain briefly each in the next few slides. So in terms of environment, the temperature, okay? Hot environments can increase body temperature and cause heat stress. Other than that, humidity, high humidity as well can reduce the efficiency of sweating. So sweat does not evaporate quickly enough to cool the body. So in terms of the worker, the hydration level of the worker. Lack of adequate water intake reduces the body's ability to cool itself through sweating. So this can lead to faster overheating. PPE as well, the usage of personal protective equipment. It limits the body's ability to release heat through sweat and air exposure. So the heat is trapped, okay, and exacerbating stress. Medical conditions of the worker as well, where certain medical conditions like heart disease, diabetes, and respiratory problems make the workers more vulnerable to heat stress. So in terms of work, the work intensity. As the work intensity increases, so does the body's heat production, making it harder to maintain a stable core temperature. And the duration of the work as well, where prolonged work period or continuous effort without rest does not allow the body to dissipate heat effectively, thereby increasing the risk of overheating. So how heat stress affects the body? Heat stress can affect the body by affecting the multiple major organs in our body, such as the brain, the heart, the kidneys, the skin, and the muscle. Not only that, it can affect various physiological functions of the body, impacting multiple systems, such as increase in body temperature, increased heart rate, vasodilation, which means that the blood vessels near the skin surface dilate, increasing blood flow to the skin, which can divert blood from other vital organs. Increased sweating, which can lead to dehydration, heat exhaustion, which can be characterized by heavy sweating, weakness, dizziness, nausea, and headache. Heat stroke as well. Heat stress is actually the precursor to heat stroke, but heat stroke is a potentially life-threatening condition where the body temperature rises above 40 degrees Celsius. Heat stress can cause altered mental state as well, where the high temperature can affect cognitive functions, leading to confusion, decreased concentration, impaired judgment, and increased risk of accidents. Muscle cramps and weakness due to involuntary muscle spasm, usually in the legs and abdomen, which can occur due to dehydration and electrolyte imbalances, and increased respiratory rate due to the increase in heat dissipation. So PPE in healthcare. So PPE, personal protective equipment. We know that PPE means protective clothing, usually helmets, gloves, face shields, goggles, face masks, and or respirators, or other equipment designed to protect the wearer from injury or the spread of infection or illness. So PPE is commonly used in healthcare settings. It acts as a barrier between the infectious material and the mucous membrane, such as our skin, nose, mouth. And wearing PPE has the potential to block transmission of contaminants from blood, body fluids, or respiratory secretions. PPE may also protect patients who are at high risk for contracting infections, such as those who are immunocompromised individuals or individuals who just undergone surgery. And when used properly and with other infection control practices, such as covering your mouth when sneezing or coughing, proper hand washing hygiene, wearing PPE can minimize the spread of infection from one person to another. So how can wearing PPE can cause heat stress? You can see from the comparison of two pictures here, the left and the right. On the right-hand side, you can see that the person is wearing a PPE. So wearing PPE can block evaporation. So the sweat cannot be evaporated to the surrounding. Radiation as well. So the body or the person tends to absorb radiant heat, and convection as well. It blocks convection. So there's no proper air circulation. So the summary of how PPE contributes to heat stress, like I said just now, insulation and heat evaporation, reduced air circulation, and reduced sweat evaporation. So there are many articles which shows that wearing PPE is very cumbersome for the wearer, especially the healthcare workers. So this is an article from the Journal of Hospital Infection on heat stress and PPE during COVID-19, the impact on healthcare workers' performance, safety, and well-being in NHS setting. So a survey was distributed to healthcare workers required to wear PPE during the COVID-19 pandemic in the UK to evaluate perceived levels of heat stress and its consequences. And respondents reported experiencing several heat-related illness symptoms, and heat stress impaired both cognitive as well as their physical performance. And the majority of respondents stated that wearing PPE made their job more difficult. Another paper on the investigation on the impact of PPE used on healthcare workers' physical health were also conducted in China. Nearly 80% of the respondents experienced profuse sweating when wearing PPE, and up to 96.81%, which is almost 100% of the respondents felt hot or very hot when wearing the PPE. This is another study as well from two countries, but published in one paper. country from India and Singapore on the knowledge, attitude, and practices of healthcare workers regarding PPE usage and heat stress when performing TCA, treatment and care activities. So respondents from both countries, Singapore and India, reported thirst, excessive sweating, exhaustion, as well as desire to go to comfort zones when wearing PPE. So it is clear how uncomfortable it is to wear PPE while working. Okay. So impact on health. How does extreme heat affect health? So prolonged exposure to heat stress may result in chronic kidney disease, chronic liver problems, skin cancer, cardiovascular disorders, as well as respiratory diseases, which are all non-communicable diseases, NCDs. So how PPE heat stress can impact productivity of workers? You can see here that predicted global costs from lost work time due to occupational heat stress are about 2.4 to 2.5 trillion in 2030. So this is a projection for 2030 and up to 4% of GDP by 2100. It is estimated that heat stress could bring down global productivity levels by the equivalent of 80 million full-time jobs by the year 2030. Approximately 1,000 workers surveyed were 35% less productive on days that indicated experiencing heat stress. A case crossover study in outdoor construction workers reported a 0.5% increase in the odds of traumatic injuries per 1 degree Celsius humidex. Okay? The global costs associated with lost work time due to heat stress were 280 billion in 1995, but was increased to 311 billion in 2010. And 30% of workers reported work productivity losses with a 2.6% productivity decline for each degree above 24 degrees Celsius wet bulb globe temperature. Okay? So a published paper on heat stress and its impact on occupational health and performance also stated that heat stress deteriorates performance and productivity, increases incident rates, promote confusion, irritability, and other emotional stress, which may cause workers to become distracted from tasks and even worse, ignore safety procedures. And a recently published handbook by ILO just last July stated that the number of workers suffering the consequences of excessive heat is alarming, and occupational safety and health protections have struggled to keep up. Okay, so now I will briefly talk about my research, which is on heat stress and its perception on PPE among healthcare workers during the COVID-19 pandemic in Brunei. So the aim of my study was to assess PPE usage and heat exposure among healthcare workers performing TCA during the COVID-19 pandemic in Brunei, as well as the perception on the effects of heat stress. So the specific objective of my study was to assess heat exposure among healthcare workers, to assess PPE usage among healthcare workers, to assess their perception of thermal heat stress, and to assess attitude toward PPE among the healthcare workers during the COVID-19 pandemic in Brunei. So for the methods, the study design was cross-sectional study. The participants were citizens or residents of Brunei, aged more than 18 and wore PPE while treating patients. We invited all healthcare workers who wore PPE. The data collection was self-administered online and in bilingual, where we provided both Bahasa Melayu and English language. For the reliability and validity, the questionnaire was pre-tested and pilot tested. In terms of the procedure, we obtained permission from relevant authorities, and then we disseminated the link to Google Form via WhatsApp through in charges and gatekeepers. For data analysis, the raw data extracted from Google Form and descriptive analysis, such as percentages, means, percentages, and so on, were computed. In terms of ethical consideration, the protocol was approved by ethics committees. Participation was through the process of informed consent. The participants were also free to withdraw anytime, and the data was stored in a password-protected computer. So for the results, about 900, almost 900 healthcare workers completed the survey. The majority, more than 70%, almost 80%, were female with mean age of 37.3 years old, and the majority work in hospitals. Others include clinics, swab tests, vaccination centers, and so on. So in terms of heat exposure, we found that about 90% of our healthcare workers mainly work in air-conditioned areas, and most of them have never have to take sick leave due to heat stress. In terms of usage, almost 100% of the respondents wore full PPE. Full PPE refers to wearing an N95 or equivalent, surgical mask, gloves, gown, face shield or visor, head cover, shoe cover, apron, Jupiter suits, and boots. Okay, about half of them avoided taking breaks to conserve their PPE. About 60% avoided taking breaks to maintain infection control, and about 55% avoided drinking or eating to avoid going to the toilet. In terms of perception, the majority of the respondents agree that heat reduces their work productivity. It can negatively affect their physical well-being. It can negatively affect their emotion, and they believe that hydration before work and having adequate rest between shifts will improve their heat tolerance. In terms of the attitude towards PPE usage, the majority of the respondents were neutral, which means that they neither agree or disagree when asked about whether their work productivity was reduced when they wore PPE. Wearing PPE was uncomfortable to them, whether it is inconvenient for them to take hydration breaks, and whether drinking ice slurry will improve their heat tolerance. So we have, from when we finish my study, we have done few other analysis, new analysis, which is the association of gender, where we found that female tend to wear PPE significantly longer in each shift, which was 7.12 hours compared to male, which was 6.76 hours. But significantly more male wore head cover, shoe cover, and Jupiter suit. In terms of age, we found that when compared to those who were above 40 years old, those who were below 40 years old significantly more likely to wear gloves, head cover, and shoe cover. And in terms of working experience, when compared to those who were working for less than 10 years, those who have been working for more years tend to wear significantly less number of days working using PPE, and they are less likely to wear gloves, gown, and shoe cover. In terms of BMI and usage of PPE, we found no significant association. So in terms of the discussion, we found the majority of our healthcare workers or our respondents work in air-conditioned areas. So this is one of the possible reasons on why most of our respondents did not have to take sick leave due to heat stress. Our finding contradicts with others, such as in Singapore, where they found that the healthcare workers experienced lack of air conditioning in their clinical areas, which aggravated their PPE related side effects such as excessive sweating, suffocation, breathlessness, fatigue, and headache. But this can also be due to a possible reason where air conditioning may contribute to the transmission of the COVID virus in poorly ventilated spaces and should therefore only be used based on updated regulatory guidelines. And we also found that our respondents perceive that heat stress can degrade their work productivity and negatively affect their physical well-being and emotion. So our findings are similar with a study in Thailand, from Thailand, which found that heat stress was associated with negative health and emotional problems, And another study in India as well found that high heat exposures adversely affect the workers' health and reduce their work capacities. So this image also shows that the equivalent full-time jobs and GDP loss to heat stress, global and by country income group in two comparison years, 1995 and the projection for 2030. And you can see that in all area, the full-time jobs and GDP loss to heat stress increase. Okay. In terms of working hours lost to heat stress as well, both for 1995 and 2030, you can see that the projections for 2030, there will be more working hours lost to heat stress, especially in Southeast Asia, Central Africa. Working hours lost to heat stress by sector, again for the 2 years to compare, you can see that the most affected sector is the agriculture, followed by construction. We also found that significantly more male tend to use the shoe cover and Jupiter suits compared to the female. So the odds of using PPE were higher among male, which was 2.21 times more than female, suggesting a positive association with PPE utilization among male. Another study also found that the level of preparedness of health professionals also observed that male, they were more likely to be prepared by utilizing PPE usage. We also found that, like I said earlier, female tend to wear PPE longer in each shift compared to male. We found that those who are above 40 are less likely to wear proper PPE, and those who have been working for more than 10 years tend to wear significantly less number of days using PPE, but we have found no previous studies to assess the associations. So future studies can be done in this area. So for prevention strategies, here are the 10 steps to prevent heat-related illness. We can do heat health training, avoid direct sun as much possible, plan your workload so that you are in the orange zone for the minimum time possible, self-monitor and remove yourself from the heat for a cool break if you are feeling affected by the heat, monitor your workmates, suggest a cool down break if they appear to be affected by the heat. And if your task in the orange zone requires longer than 1 hour, you must have a cool break for at least 10 minutes per hour. Set an alarm to remind yourself. You can also plan to ingest ice during cool down to lower body temperature more effectively. Ensure hydration at the end of shift. At home, use air-conditioned environment, cool shower, pool, ice slushes to accelerate your drop in core temperature. And most importantly, eat healthy meals and avoid skipping meals. It is also found that nearly 3 out of 4 fatalities from heat stress happen during the first week of work. So it is important to build a tolerance to heat by increasing intensity by 20% each day. Okay. And heat stress mitigation as well, cooling, heat stress education, monitoring hydration, body system, and limited exposure time in the high temperature area. This is also a poster which shows the cooling strategies to attenuate PPE-induced heat strain during the COVID-19 pandemic, which uses the pre, per, and post cooling, where the consequences can reduce thermal strain, thermal discomfort, cardiovascular strain, as well as reduce dehydration with cooling. So recommendations, compliance with PPE standard. We have to consider how extensive PPE use can contribute to heat stress, especially in high temperature environments or during long working hours. So ensuring compliance with PPE standards while recognizing the potential for heat stress is crucial. The material and design as well. For PPE, if as much as possible, it must be breathable, lightweight, and moisture moist wicking materials can help reduce the heat burden on the body. The design should allow for better ventilation and airflow without compromising protection. Flexible PPE protocols offer flexibility in the level of PPE required without compromising safety. For example, during less intense procedure or lower risk settings, workers may be allowed to wear lighter or more breathable protective gear. Monitoring and risk assessment of heat stress, such as periodic checks, workers to recognize the early signs of heat-related illness, risk assessment, recommendations for vulnerable workers, such as pregnant women or pregnant workers, older workers, or those with pre-existing health conditions, adjustments such as shorter shift or lighter workloads, or additional breaks for them. So in conclusion, PPE policies often mandate that healthcare workers wear PPE to ensure safety from infectious disease. However, we must also consider how extensive PPE use can contribute to heat stress, especially in hot environments. So my research improved the understanding of the impact of heat stress and perception among PPE among healthcare workers during the COVID-19 pandemic. It is hoped that my study was able to provide evidence-based findings to assist policymakers in the development of guidelines or training for healthcare workers to mitigate heat stress from mandatory PPE usage. So that is all for my topic this morning, and thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation, ma'am. The next session is discussion, and I'm sorry, we just have one question for the discussion because we have limit time. If anyone have question, please chat in the chat box, or you can raise hand in the offline. Maybe any question from the offline audience? Okay. Maybe I would like ask about the material you have transferred. You talk about the prevention when we work in orange zone. When you work in orange zone, we have to rest about 10 minutes every 1 hour. Nah, so the question is, what if the workplace is not allow us to rest every 1 hour? And what exercise or type rest you recommend to us for prevent heat stress?
Thank you so much for the questions. Yes, it is recommended to take 10 minutes rest for every 1 hour if you are working in the hot environment. What if you are not allowed to take rest? This is where the body system is important. Usually you are not allowed to take rest because there are short staff. There are not enough manpower. So this is why it is important to have enough manpower and body system as well. So when you are about to go for 10 minutes rest, you ask your friends to cover for you. So if there are someone to cover for your work, there is no reason why you are not allowed to take rest because there are someone working the work for you just for 10 minutes, not 1 hour.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer. So if we have not allowed to take our rest in an hour, we can ask our friend. Okay, maybe this is the last question from us. And before we close our presentation, I would like to perform this certificate for you, ma'am. Okay. Yes, certificate. Okay. This is the certificate we could give to you. Hopefully, you will accept it.
Thank you so much. I like it.
Thank you, ma'am. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Rizidah, Zaidah Rizidah binti Murang for the precious time. I hope this is will not our be last encounter, and maybe we can collaboration in the next future. Give Mr. Zaidah applause, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Finally, now we have reached our last in this session. I'm Nafilatul Fitri. I would like to say thank you to your participant. Thank you for your attention. Goodbye. See you on another event. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Nafila. And we also thank to Dr. Zaidah Rizida Murang from the University of Brunei Darussalam and Dr. Yoga Waranugraha SPJP from the Faculty of Medicine, Brawijaya University for the enlightening presentation. The discussion on heat stress in healthcare and the impact of personal protective equipment on workers' comfort and safety, as well as the prevention strategies for stroke and systemic thromboembolism in atrial fibrillation, has provided us with critical insight into improving healthcare practices and outcomes. And once again, thank you for joining us today, and we hope to see you in the next opportunity.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next topic is Center of Excellence in Midwifery Education Integrated Gempar will be delivered by Mrs. Gita Kostania SST MKes, Senior Lecturer Department of Midwifery Health Polytechnic of Malang. This session will be led by Mrs. Eka Wulandari SPD MPD as the moderator. Please welcome back Mrs. Eka Wulandari.
Okay, thank you very much. With me again, Eka Wulandari, and I hope you are all still having good spirit and joining the session, even though I know that the time is already very, very tiring for you. Yeah. Okay, so the next session we have Ibu Miss Gita Kostania MKes, the Senior Lecturer in Department of Midwifery, Poltekkes Malang, and the topic that will be delivered is the Center of Excellence in Midwifery Education Integrated Gempar. This is a program that talking about the empowerment of midwifery education department for giving support to the teenagers education. So if we talk about Miss Gita Kostania MKes, are you already there, ma'am? Ma'am Gita?
Bu Eka, I'm here.
Yeah, okay. You are said that you are having a little bit problem with your health. Is it right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I hope you are finally I can see you. I hope you are going to be fine, yeah, after this. Okay. If we talk about her education, she was graduated from Health Polytechnic Yogyakarta, and then a Bachelor of Applied Science from 11 Maret University of Surakarta, and Master degree in Health from 11 Maret University of Surakarta also. And if we talk about the research and community sciences experience, we have some research, 7 research and 7 community experience as the head, as the head of the program. And if we talk about work experience, I think you are already very experienced. You teach in midwifery, Department of Midwifery in Surakarta Health Polytechnic, and also in Malang from 2020 to present. And if we talk about the publication, you already have 11 publication in some journals. Okay, ma'am, without further ado, maybe you can start the presentation. You have 20 minutes, and we will be continue with QA session for 10 minutes. The screen is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Eka, for this great opportunity. I have an issue in sharing the PowerPoint or sharing slides. So, can I be helped to share the screen to the operator?
For screen sharing, is it from Miss?
From the operator, from the committee.
From the committee, okay. Maybe for background information, Gempar means community movement focused on adolescent health, integrated with maternal and child health. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yeah.
Yes.
I will explain it more. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's start. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. To the honorable heads of the Health Polytechnic of Malang and respected staff, esteemed invited speakers, presenters, distinguished guests, and all of the participants of the 7th International Conference and Workshop on Health. It's a great honor to be here today at this international conference, where we come together to share knowledge, exchange ideas, and collaborate on solutions for global challenges in healthcare and education. Today, I'm Gita Kostania as a representative of the Midwifery Department of Poltekkes Malang, Health Polytechnic of Malang. I'm very excited to present our program on establishing a Center of Excellence in Midwifery Education. So our program is Integrated Gempar, or in bahasa Gempar terintegrasi. So Gempar is an abbreviation in Indonesia, and if it's translated into English, it will be a community movement focused on adolescents' health integrated with maternal and child health. This initiative is dedicated to advancing, thus play a critical role in improving maternal and child health outcomes through innovation, collaboration, and commitment to excellence. And this program aims to set new benchmark for education and practice in midwifery. So I hope this presentation provides valuable insights and inspires meaningful discussion about the future of midwifery education and its impact on global healthcare. The second slide, please. It's the second slide. Yeah, the outline. Okay, this is the outline of my presentation. So I will explain about the COE program in midwifery education, and then background, innovation program, about the program roadmap, program activities, evaluation, and the last is products. Next slide, please. Well, first, I will explain about what is Center of Excellence in Midwifery Education in Indonesia. The COE in Midwifery Education is a program initiated by UNFPA, and it's funded by Global Affairs Canada, and it's coordinated by Ministry of Health of Indonesia, and aimed at selected institutions. So there are 10 institutions. This program seeks to enhance the quality of education, training, and research in the field of midwifery to support efforts in improving maternal and child health. 10 selected institutions have been designed as COEs for midwifery education in Indonesia. There were approximately 60 institutions that applied to be COE, and there were 10 institutions who were chosen as a COE, and it's divided into two batch, were ultimately granted support for COE development in 3 years program, and it's including midwifery department of Health Polytechnic of Malang. Okay, next slide. Well, to become a COE in midwifery education, the proposed program must be unique, and it addressed the challenge and issues faced by the community and align with the institution's vision and mission. Among the 10 selected institutions, each is distinct, as the selection is based on the uniqueness of their vision and mission. And this is the vision of our department. We focus on promotive and preventive efforts for maternal and child health. Okay, next slide, please. This is the profile of midwife graduates as a care provider. So as a care provider of essential midwifery care during adolescence, pregnancy, childbirth, postpartum, infants and toddlers, reproductive health and family planning, with an emphasis on promotive and preventive efforts by involving families and communities in normal conditions according to professional standards and codes of ethics in health service settings. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, this is the background of our program. Maternal and infant mortality rates, or MMR, as well as stunting prevalence in Indonesia are still high, and it's far below international targets or SDGs target. Reducing maternal and infant mortality rates as well as stunting prevalence is the first priority for areas of targets of health problems in Indonesia. Various efforts that have been made include monitoring maternal and child health through the Maternal and Child Health Book, or Buku KIA in Bahasa, a program for visiting pregnant women, postpartum mothers and neonates, to efforts that start from downstream for pregnant women. However, the problem has not decreased significantly. So for this reason, we are trying to make breakthroughs and innovations that focus on promotive and preventive efforts through assistance that starts from upstream. It's adolescent. Yeah. And why adolescents? Yeah, because adolescents are the upstream and gateway to maternal and child health problems in the future. And by preparing adolescents as a prospective mothers from the start, we will have a relatively longer time to prepare themselves for pregnancy, childbirth, postpartum, and healthy children. Next slide, please. And we thought about how to mentor women throughout their reproductive cycle, starting from adolescence in an academic setting. So we developed this program, Integrated Gempar. This program is mentoring activities, highlight adolescents, both in groups through Posyandu and individually personal mentoring. As the information that Posyandu is an Indonesian term, and in English it will be Integrated Health Service POS. Posyandu is community-based health service in Indonesia that focuses on the health of adolescents, mothers, children, and the elderly. Posyandu provides integrated health services and health education, usually managed by trained health cadres or community health volunteers. Posyandu plays an important role in disease prevention and health promotion efforts as the village level or village equivalent in urban areas. This program is supported by Puskesmas, or community health center, public health centers, as part of the national center system to improve access to health services in the region. Okay, continue to the slide. Why should it be integrated with maternal and child health? Because efforts to reduce MMR and also IMR must be simultaneously. So we also carry out group and individual mentoring activities for mother and child groups through Posyandu of toddlers activities. We strengthen our activities with a basic educational curriculum that supports practical activities in the community. Next slide, please. It's about the innovation program. When we started this program in 2019, the rate of early marriage was still high in our target village. It's in Petung Sewu, Dawu district in Malang Regency. There was no adolescents Posyandu said. Yeah, sorry. And how to integrate adolescents, maternal and child health efforts. So there are two programs. First, by continuous mentoring activities for both groups and also individual. And second, continuous documentation and reporting. We use adolescent health monitoring book or buku PKR, and it's our innovation. And second, we use maternal and child health book, a book from Ministry of Health. And this program is implemented by students as a companion. Okay, next slide, please. And this is the purpose and target of the program. So basically the purpose of the program is to empower the women to increase their knowledge and then foster attitudes and sense of responsibility towards reproductive health, and to increase awareness of the surrounding community. And the target are adolescents, pregnant women, baby and toddlers mother, community health volunteers or health carer, community midwife, and also students and lecturers. Next slide, please. Well, how does the program work? So Integrated Gempar is an integrated health mentoring program between adolescents health, maternal health, and child health. This mentoring activity uses two approaches, namely group mentoring and individual mentoring. And the targets are adolescents, pregnant women, and postpartum, baby, and toddler. It's conducted by students as a companion on a scheduled and continuous basis, supported by lecturers, and overseen by community health volunteers or health carer, and assisted by community midwives. Next slide, please. About the integration efforts, we use the adolescents health monitoring book and maternal and child health book to record and report the health status. And so we use mentoring logbook to record and report on program implementation. Next slide, please. So this is some contents of the maternal and child health book, and it's familiar for us because we use it national. Okay, next slide, please. And this is some contents of adolescents health monitoring book. And this book is our innovation regarding the program. So maybe it's unfamiliar yet about the book. Okay, next slide. Well, after running this program since 2019, it turns out that the concept is the same as the primary service integration scheme at Posyandu ILP, which was just launched by the Ministry of Health in 2023. So actually our program is very much in line with the government's program. This program also answers the challenges to midwifery education institutions in their involvement in promotive and preventive health service efforts in the community. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, this is our roadmap for the program activities. Activities are carried out in an implementation scheme of 3 pillars of higher education. There are education, research, and community service. Next slide, please. And I will explain about implementation.
Excuse me, you have 5 more minutes.
I'm sorry. Wait a minute, please.
For participants, online participants, I can see that there are many are from SPUP. You may write down the question.
Can I continue the presentation?
Yeah. Okay, excuse me, ma'am. You have 5 minutes more.
Yeah, 10
You have
minutes.
5 minutes.
Okay, okay. Okay, next slide. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, this slide. Yeah, there are several courses that form the basis for the implementation of the integrated GEMPA program in clinical practice or real setting practice. Before students provide assistance in the community, they must complete the basic material and pass the learning evaluation. Learning materials are distributed in the LMS of Health Polytechnic of Malang. And development of a learning model based on women's empowerment strategies through the ARAS micro model, namely a task-centered approach. This empowerment is carried out on clients individually through guidance, counseling, stress management, and crisis intervention. We call the task-centered approach model approach with OSOT care. Yeah, OSOT care is one student, one target of care. Okay, next slide, please. And it's about OSOT care. So OSOT care is implementation of community empowerment through mentoring carried out by midwifery student individually with mentoring from regional midwives or community midwives. One student accompanies one target of care, which is followed continuously and continuous care for 1 year of the program. And approaches effort, yeah, there are promotive and preventive and increasing independence. Basically it's a project-based learning. And the subject of individual mentoring are docents, pregnant women, postpartum babies, and also toddlers. And the mentors are lecturer, community midwife, community health volunteers. They are tasked with guiding students during implementation in the community. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, this is the instrument of OSOT care. We use this instrument in the OSOT care program. Next slide, please. In the next slide, I will explain about implementation in community setting. Next slide. Yeah, okay. This is the development strategy in the forested area in Patung Sewu village, the district of Dau in Malang Regency. Our planning are by mentoring the community with the scheme of community service involving lecturers and also students to provide group mentoring and subjects or targets through posyandu activities in the village. An evaluation is carried out before and after the activity to determine the effectiveness of the activity. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, the next slide is about the program evaluation. Next slide, please. Yeah, in these 3 years, there are about 24 activities. So in the first year of 2022, there were 7 activities. And then in the second year, in 2023, there were 6 activities and additional activities, 3 activities from internal funds. And then in the third year, 2024, from the grant funds, there are 11 activities and 4 activities are still ongoing, and 3 activities from internal funds. In 2023, based on the result of the 2022 evaluation, we received additional funding from the Ministry of Health, and we used it to improve the capacity of lecturers and education staff through professional training related to our program. And in 2024, there were 11 activities that implemented from the grant funds, and 4 activities are still ongoing. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, this is the activities of the first year. There were need assessment activities. It's conducted to explore the extent of the needs of the community and stakeholders related to the development of our program. And then curriculum workshop, workshop conducted to review the applicable midwifery education curriculum as a basis for implementing the GEMPAR program in education program. And then educational media development workshop. It's a workshop to compile educational media as media used in the community for mentoring programs. Next slide. And then there were community empowerment strategy workshop, a workshop that underlies the development of the OSOT care model, and then development of the GEMPAR model with FGD model. And community health volunteers training. It's a training of health cadres to equip them in mentoring programs. Next slide. Yeah, the last activity in 2022 is group mentoring in the community. Okay, next slide. Yeah, this is the activity in the second year of the program. First was socialization of activities and FGD, and then workshop on education media development, public speaking training, toddler group mentoring. Yeah, it's education and early detection of child growth and development. And then comprehensive reproductive mentoring for prospective brides and grooms in collaboration with the Office of Religious Affairs through education and also screening. Next slide. We continue to conduct group mentoring in the community, and it's a second series from the first year program. Next slide, please. And these are additional activities from internal funds from Ministry of Health in 2023. We have community empowerment training as a basis for implementing GEMPAR. So we collaborate with the training provider institution from Murnajati, East Java, in improving the competence of lecturers through this training. And then the second was a workshop on clinical learning model development, OSOT care. Yeah, it's a OSOT care support. It's a clinical learning to support the implementation of the OSOT care. And the third was a workshop on development of midwifery education research and publication to improve the ability of lecturers in conducting research and also publication. Next slide, please. And these are the activities of the third year in 2024. We have training and socialization of Adolescents Health Center, and then Adolescents Health Podcast. And we make collaboration with Radio Republik Indonesia, yeah, and it has been held in 2 times. And then Adolescents Health Services. Yeah, it's held in the front area of campus in Ijen Boulevard, targeting the general public. And then about capacity building of the Laskar Anak Youth Forum in collaboration with Women's Empowerment and Child Protection Service of Malang Regency. We have expanded our reach to the district level and many sub-district by only conducting 2 activities. And then capacity building of adolescent cadres as peer counselors. So we held retraining for adolescent health cadres to update their knowledge about integrasi layanan primer, ILP, integrated in primary care, posyandu, and communication techniques for peers in health education. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, this is the individual mentoring activities using OSOT care method for toddlers, adolescents, and pregnant women. Next slide. It's the news activity. It's qualitative research training to improve the capacity of lecturers and education staff regarding qualitative research. So not only midwifery lecturers participated, but also those from other study programs participated. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the additional activities from internal funds in 2024. So there were 3 activities. The first is emo demo training of trainer, a community education training with emotional demonstration techniques, a community education with the main goal of improving health behavior with educational demonstration that are interesting and inspiring to the participants. Sorry. And in the second one is health trainer training. Yeah, training conducted for legality in the community that participants can conduct education in the community. And the last was emo demo training for Petung Sewu village health cadres. Next slide. Yeah, and these are the activities in 2024 that's still ongoing. Next slide. Yeah, and this is the evaluation of group mentoring implementation, sorry. Yeah, next slide. Next slide. Yeah, it's the result of mentoring your group show that in the knowledge and also the portion activities it's increasing, and in the early marriage less than 20 years of the adolescents decrease significantly. Okay, next slide. Yeah, it's the percentage of the pregnant women's group mentoring. Next slide, next slide. Okay. Next slide. Next slide again.
Sorry, ma'am, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah,
more.
okay. I'm sorry. It's for postpartum and then yeah. Next. It's for toddlers group mentoring. We can see that it increases significantly for the activity in the posyandu, and also the knowledge and behavior. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the program activity evaluation from the community. Yeah, okay. Next slide, please. Yeah, it's about evaluation of individual mentoring implementation or OSOT care. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the implementation of OSOT care was carried out by students in Petung Sewu village in 4 neighborhood units. For the data we obtained, we were able to process. There were 68 subjects. Yeah, a total of 21 adolescents were mentored, 13 pregnant women, 10 postpartum mothers, and 24 mothers of toddlers. All of these were divided into two groups of student classes, class A and class B. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the OSOT care evaluation of adolescents group. Because the mentoring has not been completed, so we can only report the pre-test, yeah, from the mentored individuals. Okay, next slide, please. And this is for pregnant women's group. Next slide, please. And the graphic is for evaluation of OSOT care for postpartum breastfeeding mothers group. Next slide, please. Yeah, it's the evaluation of OSOT care to the toddler's mother. Next slide.
Sorry, ma'am.
Yeah.
That we have run out of time because the other key person is already joining the Zoom.
Maybe one more about the output of this activity. Sorry. Next slide, please. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is the COE output. So we have 5 output. Next slide, please. And all of the program and also the output, you can see in our booklet, and it's accessible as an ebook. So you can see all of the program and the output in this book. So please scan the barcode. Okay, next slide. Yeah, next slide. Next slide until the finish, maybe. Yeah, next slide. Okay. Okay, next slide. Okay, next slide. Okay, next slide. Yeah, because the time is out. Okay. Yeah, next slide. Next slide. Yeah. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, this is the end of my presentation. Hopefully this presentation provides valuable and meaningful insights into the future of midwifery education and its impact on global health. I will now hand the event back to Ibu Eka. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please give our biggest applause. And for the online participants, maybe you can give some clappings, yeah, hand clappings. So we can see that there are so much information that we already get from Ibu Gita Costania, and I hope, yeah, it can give you new insights and also experiences and information for the development of teenagers, maternal, and also child health, yeah, in for our future. Maybe because the time is already up, so we can have a Q&A session later on. If you still have some questions, you can chat or you can ask the committee to deliver your questions to the presenter. So, is there any certificate awarding? Okay. So Ibu Gita, so this is your certificate for becoming the speaker for our event today. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, Ibu Eka, and all of the community. Thank you for this great experience. Thank you.
So this is the end of the session. Allow me to close the session, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a nice day, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Eka, for the leading discussion. And thank you for the Mrs. Gita Kostania SSTMKes from the Health Polytechnic of Malang for their insightful and impactful presentation. The discussion as well as the innovative integrated Gempar approach in midwifery education provides invaluable knowledge for our collective effort in advancing health service. Once again, thank you for joining us today, and we hope to see you in the next opportunity.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's wrap up of our first session where the speaker is Professor Dr. Barakatunisa Moh Yusuf, PhD, Deputy Dean Academic of Health Sciences and HEPA, Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, University Putra, Malaysia, with topic metabolic obesity. And the second one is the topic are food mechanism and cancer study Solanum torfumericaceae in silico that will be delivered by Dr. Nur Rahman STPMP, Senior Lecturer, Department of Nutrition, Health Polytechnic of Malang. And this session will be led by Mr. Khairuddin SPD MPD as the moderator. Before that, I would like to introduce him briefly. Please share screen curriculum vitae. And Mr. Khairuddin is the lecturer in Polkesma since 2014. And he is from in 28 to 29 participated in the visiting scholar program in Indiana University, USA. Master degrees in English education from State University of Malang, and he has experience in single author. There are 9, and the latest one is the translation of metaphors in Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secret from English to Indonesian. English review on Journal of English Education in 2015. And without other furthermore, we will please welcome Mr. Khairuddin as our moderator today.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Miss MC. Good afternoon, all audience, both in this room and also our participants on the Zoom room. I was updated that there are almost 300 participants on the Zoom because they are very interested in this activity. I'm very delighted to be the moderator today to manage the traffic of our discussion. I also can see that our participants here are still with very high enthusiasm, and I hope later we all can get as much as we can information from our very well-known speaker from Malaysia. Before we continue to the speech from our speaker, I would like to make a greeting first with our speaker, Professor Barakatunisa. Good afternoon, Professor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Khairuddin. How are you?
I'm very well. We are very well and very enthusiastic in this room.
Yeah.
Yeah. So before we proceed with the paper presentation, allow me to have the honor to read Miss Barakatunisa backgrounds and credentials.
Miss Barakatun Nisa Muhammad Yusuf is a professor from University Putra Malaysia. She has a lot of experiences in her field, and he finished his Bachelor of Science study from University of Kebangsaan Malaysia in from 1999 to 2002, and then he graduated in doctoral degree in 2009, and he conducted postdoctoral training in Harvard Medical School during the year 2015 to 2016. Her working experience are so diverse, and she has got a lot of experiences in her field as a dietetics program coordinator at University Putra Malaysia from July 2018 until the present time. And she was granted a lot of research grants. And she has also authored a lot of scientific research papers. There are, in this CV alone, there are 59 papers. And also, she has written book chapters too. And dietary guidelines and clinical practice guidelines policy too. And she has got so many awards, both nationally and internationally. Today, Miss Barakatun Nisa, or Professor Nisa, will present on metabolic obesity. This is very important topic for us to hear from, because as we know, our government, Indonesia, has very ambitious goal to decrease the prevalence of obesity from almost 30% to 3% by the year 2030. Okay, that's very ambitious goal. And without further ado, I would like to invite our speaker, Professor Nisa, to do the speech. You have 20 minutes for the paper presentation, followed by 10 minutes for interactive question and answer. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Barakatun Nisa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khairuddin, for a very comprehensive introduction. It is my pleasure to be here, and thank you for inviting me again. Please allow me to share the slide. Okay. Right. So I have been given a task to basically talk about metabolic obesity, but this time I'm not really focusing on the intervention, but how to make an impact as a dietitian nutritionist in multidisciplinary team, so that we can improve the patient outcome from our experience working in metabolic obesity area. Okay. So I have nothing to disclose for this presentation. In this presentation, we will view the value of multidisciplinary team, especially in the context of non-communicable chronic disease management, including metabolic obesity. And I would like to share some of the tips from our experience establishing the multidisciplinary team clinic, and how students or future dietitian and nutritionists can also replicate the same model to your practice. Yeah. Okay, before we start, I know that it's already noon. If in Malaysia, it's already lunchtime. Yeah. And I would like to share with you my favorite song and try to relate what does it mean in the context of multidisciplinary team. Okay, please let me know whether you can hear the sound. Mr. Khairuddin, can you hear the sounds very well, loud and clear?
Yes, loud and clear, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Please enjoy. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in this topic, I'm not really talking about Pirates of Caribbean, which I'm sure that every one of you in this hall or in the online have been seeing this movie. Yeah, but I'm not going to talk about it. But what I am interested more is on the context of orchestra, the beauty of the orchestra, where each of the musician bring their own skill, their own instrument, and this is what we call or we can replicate as part of the multidisciplinary team. Yeah? So if you imagine the guitarist only plays solo, it might not be able to provide a beautiful song that we have just heard. So this is a whole team effort. So the same concept, if you put the whole system in place, it will bring the impact to our patient especially. Yeah. So what is multidisciplinary team in healthcare system? It's a group of healthcare professionals which include doctors, yeah, as usually being a lead in that particular clinic. We also have social workers, nurses who manage the whole system, as well as dietitian and nutritionists who are specialized in different fields and work together to make decisions regarding the patient who are in the central of the system towards their treatment so that it can help patient to improve the outcome. Yeah. And in this presentation, I would like to explore how dietitian nutritionists can play a vital role as the conductor of the nutritional symphony within the multidisciplinary team. So I will use the term MDT, thus making an impact outcome to our patient. Yeah, so this is what you will learn throughout the presentation. All right. So now before we embark to the tips, let me explain what is the value of MDT in managing chronic disease. As similar to other countries, Malaysia is also experiencing a surge in increasing the prevalence of chronic disease, yeah, whereby here we have almost 10% of our Malaysian adults have all the three risk factors for type 2 diabetes, hypertension, and high cholesterol. And we know these are the main contributor to non-communicable chronic disease. Yeah. And in fact, in our official website of the ambassador of USA, they said that for them, this is the opportunity, yeah, because they can explore more of the advanced diagnostic that can manage non-communicable chronic disease, especially in Malaysia, including in other Southeast Asia countries. Yeah. And we know that chronic care model has been used in treating chronic disease. And this chronic care model provide evidence-based and strategic management. They have 6 components to improve clinical outcome, especially in the delivery system design, where they highlighted 4 core principles that must be included, which include multidisciplinary team. Yeah, so this is part of the chronic care model. So when we look at into the role of multidisciplinary team in improving or addressing the global burden of NCD, there is no doubt the benefits are clear, but there are also a lot of challenges. Imagine you want to have everyone in one clinic to see one patient. So of course the challenges are there, which include trust and teamwork. Poor interaction is also will hamper patient quality of care. And if we don't have much resources and health system, it will reduce the benefit of this MDT. Yeah. Okay. Now, from our experience in Malaysia, in particular to my clinic in Hospital University Putra Malaysia, we are running metabolic obesity clinic, seeing patient, yeah, with their BMI of 40. Usually they come with 3 digit of their weight. So we see patient with 100 kilo, 200 kilo, and 300 kilogram. Yeah, we manage their issues, preparing them if necessary for bariatric surgery. If otherwise, we treat them with appropriate medication. Yeah. So here I wanted to highlight how dietetic and nutritionist, and in fact, it can also apply to other healthcare professionals who have an interest to conduct multidisciplinary clinic team. Okay, so this is our team. It was first launched in 2019, right during the pandemic of COVID-19. Yeah, and the role of a multidisciplinary team has been agreed upon, especially in the context of managing complex disease. And in this case, it's metabolic obesity, yeah, where they come not only because of their weight issue, but they are also complicated with other medical issues. For example, I have patients who come with BMI of 50, weight of 150 kilo. So we ask them to exercise, but at the same time, he may have knee arthritis, sakit lutut. How do this patient wanted to exercise? That's number 1. Number 2, we are talking about reducing their food intake. But at the same time, this patient is also presented with some kind of eating disorder, for example, binge eating. So they love to eat. So no matter how much advice you talk about reducing their energy, but because of their body image issue or eating disorder issues, it might not help them to reduce their energy intake. So that I may need clinical psychologists or psychiatrists to help me first managing this patient eating disorder. Yeah. So this is what we call about the challenge of metabolic obesity. So when we talk about the tips to make a positive impact in MDT, I divided into 2 sections. Number 1 is professional roles, yeah, within our own profession. So how do we perform as a dietitian, nutritionist to improve or to play our role so that it can make an impact to the MDT team? Number 2, how we can progress or how can we encourage the interprofessional collaboration and in this context to other professionals. And how all these two can be combined and learned to the student at the university level so that you understand the importance of IPE, interprofessional education. Yeah. Okay. So these are the tips from my experience. I would like to start with interprofessional collaboration. So there are 4 tips here. Number 1, we have to understand team members, their role and their style. Because we are working with human, we also need to understand how my surgeon aspect and what is their role of practice. Yeah, because working with surgeon is not easy. Basically, we have to understand why and how they wanted we to perform as part of the team. We have to understand their plan, their medical plan, and how our plan can fit to their plan. And of course, we have to provide the best treatment so that our patient can do the talking, and appreciate the role of diet in this context, MNT. And of course, collaborate beyond clinic. So let's start one by one with some example. Yeah? So it is important for us as a dietitian, nutritionist, or even other healthcare professional, when we wanted to work as multidisciplinary team, is to understand our team members clearly. Yeah, because this is the key features of MDT collaboration. Yeah, we need to understand how they can play their role to improve patient outcome during the clinic session. Yeah. So for example, in our clinic, I have bariatric surgeon who lead the team. Yeah, beside I have nurses who is managing the whole system. She is very important person to lay out all the appointment, make sure patient come, do all the assessment and compiling the whole data. So I would rather say my nurses are nurses are the excellent team members to start with. Yeah. And of course, the dietitian nutritionist, I have rehab physician, yeah, to talk about the exercise activity. And we need a medical team, either endocrinologist or physician who wanted to start certain medication and manage the medical issue because they come with metabolic issue, not only obesity, they come with diabetes, sleep apnea, hypertension, cardiovascular risk, renal issues. So this will require medical team to start sorting out before handling to our surgeon. And last but not least, of course, clinical psychologists that will help to improve and to make sure the adherence is there. Yeah. So the role of multidisciplinary team in the management of complex disease is no doubt, yeah, and it's actually important based on this hospital tier base. Okay, tips number 2 is to discuss, to ask what is their plan. Yeah, because this is important to fit our MNT role. Yeah, so for example, we know that every expert in this team would like to talk about food. Yeah, so food is the simplest thing to be blamed when patient come with obesity. Contohnya, ni sebab makan banyak lah ni. Ni sebab tidak bersenam. Yeah, so it's all about lifestyle. But we know as dietitian and nutritionists, when we assess, it's not necessary about food. It can be because of the emotional eating. Yeah. So what happened to the patient? Imagine if they have 5 rooms to go at one time, every specialist will talk about the role of diet. Patient may have overload information and they get confused. So in this paper, they discuss multidisciplinary teamwork, the good, bad, and everything in between. Yeah. So here, this is our setting. So our patient will first sing by surgeon, talk to our clinical psychiatrist, and then they will only see us in the clinic. So imagine every room talk about food, and so when they come to us, they may get confused, and it's very difficult to clean up back their ideas, their knowledge, and so on. So it is very important to have a clear direction. What are the things and plan would be discussed by other profession, and how MNT can fit. Yeah. So in this paper, the dietitian is also highlighting the conflicting approaches and what are the recommendations. So we have to do, we have to perform routine clinic meetings and education so that all of us are in the same page. Yeah. Number 3, as I mentioned, we have to provide the best treatment of care. And when we do, for example, workshop, patients should be able to highlight how we have done better throughout their weight loss journey. And so they will say, okay, I have learned about nutrition and I appreciate the role of nutrition throughout the multidisciplinary team section. So, when we do the best, patient will do the talking. And of course, the team does not only stop at the clinic. We have to appreciate others, invite them as part of the team in any platform that are possible during the workshop, even when we write the newspaper, try to present every topic as multidisciplinary team, not only from diet perspective, but also from different healthcare professional perspective. Okay, now, so we understand how we can collaborate with other professionals. Now, how do we perform ourselves within our own profession? So we need to understand how we can play our roles, how much we can contribute. We have to equip ourselves with evidence-based knowledge so that we can support our team members' role and style. And of course, this is the most critical part, the reflection. Yeah. So number one, clear roles to play. So we need to understand how MNT, for example, in this contact management of diabetes in pregnancy, how we can play our role, where we can play our role. Yeah. So for example, how we can position ourselves significantly in team. Yeah, so I remember when I did my postdoc, my mentor asked me how you can enhance my team. Yeah, because all of my team there is no dietitian. So we know as a dietitian and nutrition in this team, I can provide better outcome. Yeah, so because nutrition play a critical role in every stage. So how do we can contribute so that patient can have improved outcome? Since clinician love number, they will ask how much you can contribute, how much you can benchmarking. So we have to know if we provide education, how much intervention will be affected. So for example, in the context of diabetes, if we give MNT, if we give intervention, how much drop in their blood glucose do we expect to see? So this is what clinician would like to know. Yeah. So this is where we can get this from our own experience, from research, from publication, and from clinical guideline. So this is, for example, in terms of obesity, we have to know how much weight we can reduce just by seeing a dietitian. Yeah. Okay. Dietitian must also know and equip with evidence base of knowledge. For example, in our clinic, some patient would like to start with Atkins. So we have to know how much Atkins can help to lose weight. And if they do, what are the safety measures? Some of my patients would like to try meal replacement. Okay, they can do this. But what are the precautions measures? So therefore, we need to equip ourselves with evidence-based knowledge, like what we have now, the session. Last but not least, this is the most critical part. So we have to analyze our result and showcase how much weight loss they have done. Yeah, so this is one of the example of the cases, patient able to achieve 15% weight loss, diabetes resolved. Yeah, so we need to know how do we get this. We have to discuss so that doctors, the team understand how important the role of nutrition. Last but not least, to support all of these, we have also to innovate. Yes, this some of the flip chart that we do for Ramadan, for example, we have this, we do research, and we also have a system where we can understand how much weight loss we want, how much calorie we wanted to provide, so that all of these are well documented. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so as in a multidisciplinary team, each team bring their unique instrument and skill set. So do in metabolic obesity clinic as part of the multidisciplinary team, where it's just like an orchestra, where every of the healthcare professional operate the same principle to improve the patient outcome through collaboration, coordination of care, and the most important is unity among the team members. Yeah. Now, how can we expand this? A few slides to show how can we expand this at the school level to the student to understand interprofessional education. So we created a clinic because during the pandemic, we can't bring our student to the hospital. So what happened? We create the clinic environment similar to what in the system, yeah, so that student understand, okay, for this clinic, how do the nurses can play an important role. So we use virtual reality simulated experience similar to the real world. So what happened, we assess their exposure and we found that when they work together, their understanding in terms of IPE was significantly improved. You can see all the orange bar, yeah. So this question asks about understanding role, how do they enjoy the system, and all of them has been improved after they've been exposed to the IPE, even at virtual clinic. So if I can show you how it looks like.
Here have for me.
So where patient can come, yeah, so they see nurses, they have their collaboration with biomedical science.
So hi, I'm nurse so in charge in the obesity clinic. We as a nurse and medical officer to adhere by the dietitian.
So this is some of the snapshot. Okay.
Here have.
Thank you
So,
very much for your
I
kind
would like
attention. I would like to thank my team member, Dr. Zalina and Dr. Zubaida, for their strong support, and not to forget the most important key person in this project, my dear student, who has been working very hard to ensure the success of this project. Yeah. And also acknowledgement to all my team member in the hospital who has been very supportive to ensure that the multidisciplinary team clinic are successful. As of today, we have received more than 1,000 patients, yeah, and our clinic run every Friday, and we see like more than 10 for half day clinic with all the team members come at one day during the session. With that, I thank you for your kind attention. Back to you, MC. Mr. Hairuddin, sorry, the chairperson.
Thank you, Professor Nisa. Wow, very interesting and impressive speech and information from our speaker, focusing on the prevention of metabolic obesity and also focusing on the management by applying MTD or multidisciplinary team to address obesity problem. Now we would like to come to the question and answer session. We have 10 minutes, so it is maybe good for us to go quickly to the questions from our audience. Do we have questions from the audience here or online that I can help read? Or yeah, here, Ma'am Nisa, we have questions from the audience in our room. She will introduce herself to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah. I asked about the effect of bariatric surgeon because in my country, many people to take a bariatric surgeon. And then I asked for you how about the mechanism bariatric surgeon and the effect, especially on the digestive system. Thank you.
So thank you, Ibu. Very good question. Yeah, number one, this clinic is basically initiation, dimulakan oleh surgeon because we wanted to make sure that we preparing the patient well before they undergo the bariatric surgery. Yeah, because we know preparing the patient before the surgery is important so that it can improve their outcome at the end after they are receiving their surgery. Because we know malnutrition is one of the issue. So after patient receiving their surgery, they still be part of the clinic members. They still need to come, yeah, to be observed and to monitor their dietary performance as well as weight loss performance. Okay. All right, because we also have other obesity management clinic, weight management clinic for family FMS, for family medical practitioner. Yeah. Doktor Perubatan Keluarga. But this, we are actually treating those extreme one, very big size in general. They have triple digit, 100 kilo and above.
How about effect after the surgery?
With a proper intervention that we provided before the surgery, we found that patients are able to improve their weight loss outcome. Yeah, so some of them reduce 50% of their excess weight loss. For example, they come with 200 kilo. After 6 months, we are able to see that at least they achieve 100 kilo. And then we monitor, we continue through the lifestyle intervention until they achieve the weight at BMI of 22. We have one case. Yeah, that may take 3 to 4 years. So imagine our patient. Now we have patient like 6 years with us. Yeah, from very big size to about the same size as of us. We can see that changes. Yeah, so basically after bariatric surgery, post-bariatric surgery is more important than pre-bariatric surgery. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Baratun Nisa.
Thank you, Bu, for very interesting question.
Thank you for the question. Very interesting question, yeah. Asking about bariatric surgery as the treatment for obesity. Do we still have more questions from our participants in this room? Yep. We have one more question from the room.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. So, I'm going to ask about based on your experiences, what kind of issues that frequently become the conflict among the teams and how to solve them? Thank you.
Okay, conflict, yeah. Thank you so much. It's a very important question. During in the first earliest years of establishment of the clinic, we have a lot of conflicts. For example, how to start first, who will see the patient, whether or not we can start the medication straight away, or we wanted to start the dietary part. But now I hardly to recall any conflicts because we have running this for 5 years, I think, 2019, yeah, for 3 to 4 years. And it's very difficult to find any conflict because something like when we get a patient, we just tell the doctor, I wanted to do this and this. And the doctor will say, I will do this and this. And we try to complement. Perhaps we already have a clear direction, understanding each role and style. Yeah. So kadang-kadang ada juga berlaku argument during the earliest year. For example, my surgeon will say, why you start this? I wanted to start this first. Why you see my patient first? I wanted to see him first, right? But now it's all clear because number one, my surgeon could already understand my style. Yeah, he knows that what she knows or she understood, how do I do things? And I also understood why she has to do this. So with this understanding, we complement each other. Yeah, right. So I'm glad. Thank you for that question.
And maybe, is there any leadership roles that to solve these problems during the early years of your clinic?
Yes, absolutely. As a dietitian, nutritionist, you should be able to send out and say how you be the leader in nutrition, the leader of medical nutrition therapy. Yeah, in Malaysia, we call MNT. So we have to speak out. We have to get that understanding. Of course, leadership is important. And indeed now, in our clinic, I receive a lot of trainers. They are not dietitian, they are not nutritionists. They are doctors who wanted to be trained in this area. So like I have a specialist in family medicine specialist. I have a trainers come from endocrinologists. Yeah. So they come, they wanted to learn how do we do things. Yeah. So it may come with time, but yes, I agree with you. We have to develop a leadership skill, not for all area, but at least in our nutrition area.
I'm sorry, but actually I'm from midwifery department, but
you have to become the
curious
leader in nursing.
about multidisciplinary teams. So thank you for the explanations.
No worries. Even I think my nurse has, I mean, because we don't have midwifery, basically they are nurses. Our nurses is the main people in the team. They are the one who call us, come now, patient is there. Where are you? All right. So they are the one who should, I think you guys are very fantastic because you can manage 20 patients at one day. Although we said, staff nurse, this is already 20 patients. How do we manage it? No, you have to see them come early. So you can see how my nurses are very powerful to call us to come. Yeah. So that's how we work as a team. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, that's very nice explanation for a very good question from our room participants here. So arguments are part of multidisciplinary team before it finally can reach to consent.
You are right.
Okay, so I think, are we still opening questions or? Oh yeah, our time has already concluded for this session with Professor Barakatunisa. So I would like to thank you very much for your speech. Oh, sorry, maybe we would like to take a look at question from online participant, Professor.
There is one question, Mr. Khairuddin, with regard to the industry partnership.
Oh yeah.
Yes, we have a
The
lot.
question.
Yeah, I can read from the system.
Yes.
We do a lot of industry partnership. Yeah, they come and they introduce their product, for example, meal replacement, some diet products. Yeah, and this is where we have to play a critical role as healthcare professional, not to listen to testimonial, but basically we must understand the evidence base. So, for example, if they bring their product, they want it to be used in our clinic, we have to question how best the evidence they can provide. Yeah. So it's okay to have that industry partnership. We need that industry partnership because sometimes when we do workshop, when we do things, we may need them to be there to support us in terms of financial support, meal support. Yeah. But what is our role? No matter who you are, the role is to make sure whatever you prescribe to the patient, whatever product that they bring to us, it must be evidence-based. We don't rely on testimonial. For example, they say, oh, pesakit ni dah pakai, dia hilang 100 kilo. Yeah, but we have to rely on randomized control trial, meta-analysis, other study, and if they don't, offer ourselves to do the research in our clinic. So this is how we work with industry. So we receive a lot of grant. And in fact, perhaps in the future, I can share with all of you, we just launched our MOOC, micro-credential obesity multidisciplinary team, where it is freely available in UPM MOOC. So you can actually log on. I will share with the organizer when they are already in the system. Yeah, so you can see how do we do things and perhaps replicate to your setting. Yeah. So we need that support from the industry, but we have to verify the support. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for the very good response to the questions about how to deal with the industrial or pharmaceutical contribution to obesity management. And that last question sign or marks the end of this session with Professor Nisa. So I would like to thank her for her speech and very valuable information to all of us here and online. And on behalf of all of us here and Health Polytechnic of Malang, I would like, it's an honor for us to grant you with the certificate as speaker of this international conference. Please accept our token of gratitude through this certificate.
Thank you so much. It is my pleasure. Yeah.
Thank you. We hope to see you again in the next session, Professor. Please give big hands to Professor Barakatunisa.
Thank you.
Now we are going to our second speaker in this session. Our next speaker is our very close intellectual in Pokesma, ya, who is a very diligent researcher doing research with his rabbit experiments here in Pokesma and trying to find the best treatment for cancer. Without further ado, I would like to introduce us to our next speaker, Dr. Nur Rahman from the Department of Nutrition Science of Health Polytechnic of Malang. I would like to read his backgrounds and credentials from the screen with all of you guys. So, Dr. Nur Rahman is a senior lecturer, Department of Nutrition, Health Polytechnic of Malang. He graduated his diploma in nutrition from Malang Nutrition Academy, and he also graduated his Bachelor of Food Technology from the Faculty of Technology IPB Bogor, Institut Pertanian Bogor, and he got his Master's in Agricultural Technology from Malang University. And in 2014, he graduated or finished his doctoral degree in human nutrition from IPB Bogor. He has done a lot of research, and two of the very important research he has done is supplemental food program module for school children in 2004 as chairman, and utilization of cassava flour in wheat bread in 2007 as chairman. So we would like to hear a lot of information from Mr. Nur Rahman today. I would like to invite Dr. Nur Rahman to the stage. Give a big hand to Dr. Nur Rahman. You can stay on the podium, or yeah, you can stay here.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now I will presentation about my research. My research is focused in solar nutrihum. Do you know solar nutrihum? It's terong. Do you know? This is the solar nutrihum. I focus this research in India. But my title is Mechanism Food for Cancer Research Study Solar Nutrihum. This is my research from study in doctor, in doctor, and until now I still research in this one. Next, why some people have cancer, but some people no cancer? Who give the cancer? Do you know? I think cancer is by our guts. Who give the cancer or no cancer maybe. So our duty is must be close to our guts, pray. It's so too close to Allah, so like that. It's important. Really. So is food can lose the cancer, or maybe drug will lose the cancer. It's it. I mean, so we must depend to our guts, Okay, next. This is my outline of my presentation is about cancer, drugs, general drug for anti-cancer, and the last is solar nutrihum research my cancer. Solar nutrihum research. Next. Really, cancer is from 1930 until now. Maybe cancer is always meningkat. Do you know? Rate increase, always increase from until now, I think. And mortality rate is money from the developed country, and the it's developed is money, and the number two is very many people can death, like that, so what is the treatment of the cancer? The treatment is cancer is conventional, like drugs from the prescribed from the doctor, and maybe a chemotherapy, and maybe immunotherapy sometimes, and maybe surgery, and there is nutrition and herbal. It's can lose the cancer. Next, yeah, it is the cancer cause. Sometimes it was time there is cell with mutation, so it's they have not swollen, yeah, and but they like this have a swollen like maybe this is the uh, stadium, ya. It maybe it's four stadium, ya. It may there's zero, maybe one like this. Okay, next. So what is cancer? Yeah, what is cancer? Cancer is cell abnormal, and they grow they grow they grow off the control. Yeah, they have control. If you know cancer, maybe swollen in the your nose, it may not good face. Yeah, so so everyone must so closely to our gut. Yeah, so not give the disease, because if people have disease, it's very very sad like that. Maybe the question is why some people have cancer and some people have no cancer. This is the answer. Next, this is the pathophysiology of cancer. Maybe you can look in this slide. Yeah. Really, this is the K of the disease. That is mutation of can. Yeah. There is mutation of can. Why there's mutation? Because file of the repair of DNA. Yeah. And this is the cause of environmental. Maybe you drink many color of drink. Yeah. Maybe I don't know some coffee or some drink is very very colorful, yeah, like that. Or some maybe you eat some vegetable, but you not rice. Do you know rice? Yeah, not to rice with with water is not enough to rice. So many pesticide are still in this vegetable. Maybe it one of the can make mutation of the gene. Sometimes only 15%, yeah, 15% inherited mutation can. Okay. So if there is mutation can, that is activation of growth promoted can. It's more, so the cancer will grow. And sometimes inactivation of tumor suppresses can, yeah. This is related the immunity, because there is immunity. If our immunity is very good, our immunity know it is a cancer or not cancer. Maybe it's stem cells cancer. If there is stem cell cancer, our immunity will lose or will struggle by our immunity. If our immunity is very good, but sometimes if our immunity is not good, maybe the cell cancer will grow. So this is next. Okay, this is the mutation of what is mutation then? There is change of structure of DNA. Yeah, sometimes it's normal. Maybe it is from bahasa nitrogen. Yeah, maybe ACA. Maybe as mutasi there is ATI. Yeah, so this is make produce some protein to make a cell cancer very fast to grow if there is mutation. Okay, next. It is related about the immunity. This is the normal cell. The normal cell will show MHC class 1 ya. Ini is normal cell. But this is the cancer cell. This cancer cell is if not MHC class 1. So our immunity is very good. They know that there is no MHC class 1, so they will destroy or they will kill by our immunity. So our immunity must be good. Who is be good our immunity is our gut. Okay? Do you agree? Yeah, okay. Thank you. Next. This is the classification of anti-cancer agent. There is drug for cytotoxic and drug for target drug and about drug related the hormonal. But maybe now I will discuss about the cytotoxic drug. Next. Maybe really last time before I study about this journal, yeah, I'm not sure that food can struggle the cancer. But now I believe that there is money food or herbal, Indonesia maybe herbal, yeah. There is anti-cancer. So if you consume money food or money food or maybe have anti-cancer, maybe you have no cancer. This is the history of you must know about this is vincristine fibrostine, yeah. This is the mechanism. What is mechanism? They much about the microtubule. Yeah, this is vincristine and fibrostine. This is the name of drug from the herbal or from the food. Yeah. But many of the anti-cancer, there is alkylation agent, maybe some anti-metabolic and etc. But I don't explain all. Be focused on the number 4. Yeah? This number 4. Yeah? Next. This is the mechanism of action of anti-cancer drug. Yeah, it's many mechanism. Some of them is vinca alkaloid. Vinca alkaloid is from the herbal or from the food. But many food it's from the maybe from chemistry. Yeah, there is I don't know. Yeah, there is doxorubin, maybe the bleomycin, methotrexate. They have mechanism for to struggle or for to lose the cancer. Maybe, yeah, okay, like what? Yeah, okay lah. Methotrexate, synthesis, but inhibit protein synthesis. I hope I will invite this focus in this one. Vinca alkaloid. It's from herbal, yeah. What is the mechanism? This mechanism is inhibit microtubule function. Yeah, I will show about the mechanism of inhibit microtubule function. Next. This is the mechanism how vinca alkaloid from the herbal to lose the cancer or to struggle the cancer. This is how to really every cell will be spared, yeah, to grow very fast. So the vinca alkaloid will disrupt this one. So they can divide, yeah, they can divide. So the growth of cancer will be tertekan, will be suppressed by the vinca alkaloid. Okay, next. Vinca alkaloid. This is from this one. Do you know what the kind of flower? What? This is Cantharotus rus, ya. Atau Indonesia is tapak dara. It is the history of food as anti-cancer. Do you ever hear this one? No. This is the history of food as anti-cancer. At the mean is, and there is anti-cancer in the herbal or in the food. This is the history. Yeah. So from this one, this journal. There is in this journal many Cantarotus is from the have anti-cancer. So now I understand. I believe that from the vegetable, from the herbal or food have anti-cancer. Okay, next. I will explain my research findings on torfum in silico. Next. Back. This research is by study drug with protein or enzyme or receptor. So how a drug to suppress atau to press the cancer out of mechanism to make cancer. Next. This is the in silico analysis solam turfum. Really, this is the drug of from the Solanum torfum. The name is solamargin. The mechanism what this is the point, yeah. The point is 0.7 at the last, yeah. So the number is more than 0.7, yeah. What kind of the mechanism? Maybe solamargin have this is this one. This one is anti-inflammatory. So every herbal or food have as antioxidant, so they can make ya racun ya mungkin toxic ya, make more atau not toxic ya, because they will out from our body by antioxidant. And the second is the proliferative disease treatment. So they can stop about the cancer. And the last is anti-carcinogen. Yeah, it's solamargin. Next. By this research, I know that solamargin is near with lapatinib ya. Lapatinib is drug for cancer. Drug for cancer is related. I think that is the same, but not same ya. It's just similarity ya. There is similarity. The drug of solamargin ya. Solamargin is related with drug of cancer lapatinib. Next. What is the target of lapatinib? This is the one. Lapatinib is anti-HER2 and ORB. Maybe this lapatinib is this one. They stop protein from HER2. I think person who have cancer have HER2 more, yeah. The number is more high. Every person with cancer. Okay. So our drug must stop this one. If this one and the mechanism will stop cell cycle-nya will stop ya. So the cancer will be stopped. Okay, next. This one ya. Antirukinase ya. Lapatinib mekanisme tirosin kinase inhibitor. Sometimes they stop to give phosphate ya. I think you know that phosphate is the bagian dari DNA ya. So if you have no phosphate, maybe the DNA not work correctly. Yeah. Yeah. Of drug there is lapatinib. It related HER2. It is another drug of cancer. There is docetaxel, nolitinib, but I focus in the lapatinib. It related with HER2, yeah. Because many person with cancer, the HER2 is more high, yeah. So the this drug or maybe from herbal and food maybe will stop this one. So the cancer will not grow fast. Okay, next. Okay, next. Next. Lap. This is lap. Maybe this one, yeah. They competitive binding to the intracellular ATP. Maybe they will yeah, they will stop the phosphate tadi. So they can produce energy. Maybe yeah, maybe they can apa? They can spare it. They can spare it. The cell not spare it. So the cancer will stop. Okay, next. Next, you will yeah, I will not read this one. You can read this one in the room from this slide, yeah. Okay, next. Yeah, this is the lapatinib tadi ya. Okay, next. Yeah, okay. My conclusion is cancer is disease. The characteristics cell will grow fastly, yeah, grow fastly, and Solano mechanism is like lapatinib. They stop to the phosphate, so the DNA can spare it, so the cancer will stop quickly like that. Maybe this one, my presentation, I give back to my moderator, is Khairuddin. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Give a big hand to Dr. Nur Rahman. Yes, you can sit on that very comfortable sofa, partner. So, it's a very interesting information, right? Yeah. So, the disease of cancer, which is caused because of normal cell mutates into cancerous cell because the cell has lost its immunity, according to the explanation by our speaker. And when it comes to immunity, Mr. Nur Rahman said that we cannot rely much on ourselves, so we have to rely on the mercy of our God. Maybe later, if you ask the question, he can elaborate, yeah, why our immunity rely much on the God, yeah, because maybe sometimes, if you remember during Corona time, you increase your immunity by consuming a lot of things, herbs, foods, etc., but still you were infected by coronavirus, right? Maybe that's why Mr. Rahman has the conclusion that sometimes we have to rely on our God because our natural immune system cannot work when the time we need it most during the corona time. So now I would like to open our question and answer session. I will invite questions from the audience first in this room participant. We have the first question from a very beautiful lady over here.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I have any question? What are different in efficacy of Solanum tarsum with daun kelor? Thank you.
Thank you. The question from Mrs. Tuti Herawati, yeah. A good question. Yeah. I will try to explain about the efficacy of solanotropum and down calorie. Yeah. Yeah. I think all of the plant have anti-cancer, but maybe have potential is very different. About the down calorie is I'm not so understood well, but I know it's more better as daun sirsak. Do you know daun sirsak? Yeah, because I just discussed with my friend. The there is some people have cancer, but after they drink, there is daun sirsak and maybe sarang semut, bawang dayak. Drink, I don't know how many time to drink this one, but after the drink, they go to lab and the cancer will lose. But about the down calorie, I don't know more about this one. Because I focus in this solanotropum. Also, solanotropum is not so good with down syndrome. But maybe last time I focused that because I know in the solanotropum there is anti-cancer like solanumargin. Solamargin. This one, okay?
Mr. Rahman, question berikutnya, uh, apakah terkait dengan tadi yang sudah dijelaskan, daun kelor ini dengan tadi yang dijelaskan oleh Pak Nur Rahman itu lebih bagus mana Pak dari kedua ini? Terima kasih sebagai obat anti kanker. Terima kasih.
Okay, really I have data that many herbal have anti-cancer. But I know I don't so know much about the down kelor, but the potential of herbal like keladi tikus, tadi bunga tapak dara, daun sirsak, it's more potential for anti-cancer. Maybe bawang dayak, but I don't know bawang dayak. Sometimes there is the resep, there is sarang semut. Do you know sarang semut? Yeah, it is good for anti-cancer.
Terima kasih Pak.
Thank you for the question, Ibu Tuti Hera. And thank you for the explanation. So we here in Indonesia, we have a lot of local plants that can give preventive or treatment to cancers as anti-cancers like for example moringa leaves or sour sop ya, daun sirsak dan daun kelor ya, moringa leaves. Based on the explanation from our presenter. We still have questions from our audience here. Okay, so I think we have enough questions for our presenter today. And so maybe Mr. Nur Rahman wants to give the final remark before we close your session, Pak. Final remark, your final say before we close.
Okay, before I close this one, really at this time we must know that all of our accident is by depend of our God, yeah. So activity, every plan must related with our God. Also, we uh, consume our food, or we uh, looking for the apa ya, money. It must have a good line. I think there is apa ya, right line, ya, right line. So our God not will give cancer in our body. It is my question. My
Okay, that's the final remark from our speaker today. And thank you for the final remark. And with that final remark, I would like to close our session with our speaker now. And before we close this session with the speaker, I would like to present to you Dr. Nur Rahman, the certificate as speaker of this event. Please receive this token of gratitude from Health Polytechnic of Malang.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Give a big hand, please. Yeah. And with that, as a moderator, I would like to close this session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khairuddin. Thank you to Professor Dr. Bakaratun Nisak Muhammad Yusuf PhD from University Putra Malaysia and Dr. Nur Rahman STPMP from the Department of Nutrition, Health Polytechnic of Malang for your excellent presentation and engaging discussions. The insight into metabolic obesity and the innovative study on the anti-cancer mechanism of Solanum torpum Ricaceae provide us with valuable perspective to advance our understanding and approach in addressing this critical health challenge. We truly appreciate your contribution to this conference with inspiring future exploration and collaboration in this field of health sciences.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is oral presentation. Before that, we invite all audiences to take a look at the poster displayed at the back and please screening and voting for poster presentation. And then, without further ado, our oral presentation will be led by Mrs. Hanandayu Wiyastuti MSE. To Mrs. Hanandayu, the time is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Right now we will do the next part of the conference. Okay, so because this is the time for oral presentation, maybe I will check first whether our presentation for, our presenter for this session already joined us in the Zoom. Maybe for your information, we already sent you the schedule for this oral presentation. We already sent the schedule to your emails and to your private number. So maybe may I know whether Ms. Dewi Rahmawati already joined us in the Zoom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Rahmawati, so for this first session for oral presentation, we will have Ms. Dewi Rahmawati, and the second one is Mrs. Miasti SKPNPP. Are you join us here, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am Miasti?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Ma'am Miasti will be the second presenter, and then the third one for the first session is Mr. Agus Khairul Anam, SSPM Cup. Are you already joining us? Mr. Agus?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. So for this first session, we will have those three presenters. And for your information, for each presenter, you have 10 minutes to present your research or maybe to present your data or any information. So without further ado, we will have Mrs. Dewi Ramawati, and the title for the presentation is the risk factors influencing incidence of recurrent stroke in the emergency department of Mutiwaluyo General Hospital. The time is yours, Mrs. Ramawati. You may present your research.
Okay, thank you for the time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin, let me introduce myself. My name is Dewi Rahmawati. My team member research are Wiwin Martiningsih, MKep PhD NS, and Nastri Cahyo Septianto, Master of Nursing, ST Medical Surgical Nursing. Today, I like to present about risk factor influencing incident of recurrent stroke in the emergency department of Ngudi Waluyo General Hospital. The objective of my research about the recurrent stroke, we know that recurrent stroke one of the main cause of increased morbidity and mortality rate in a stroke patient. Recurrent stroke more severe brain damage compared to the first attack stroke, and the result the recurrent stroke reduce patient quality of life because of block or blood pressure rupture. Study of Zhu et al. 2020 15 until 30% patient with stroke experience recurrent stroke within 2 years. And study Sayeda et al. 2023 3.1% patient stroke experience recurrent stroke within 30 days. 11.1% experience within 1 year. 26.5% experience stroke within 5 years, and 39.2% experience stroke within recurrent stroke within 10 years. The main factors recurrent stroke are modifiable factors and non-modifiable factors. The modifiable factors are hypertension, dyslipidemia, diabetes, unhealthy lifestyle such as smoking, alcohol consumption, and lack of physical activity. And the non-modifiable factors are age, gender, and family history of stroke. And the modifiable factors, two dominant factors are hypertension and dyslipidemia. Hypertension cause increased pressure on blood vessel, and dyslipidemia cause blood vessel to experience atherosclerosis. In the non-modifiable factors, older individuals and history of transient ischemic attack is the dominant factors, non-modifiables. Older individual related lifestyle and health changes, history transient ischemic attack related inadequate preventive after attacks. Because of the objectives, our team have conducted on the factors influencing a recurrent stroke incident in the emergency department. On the methodologies, our research, the design is cross-sectional design. The sample are 91 patients who experiences their first or second stroke and had undergone complete examination. The data collection are vital sign, body weight, ECG, laboratory test, stroke symptom, and medical history. The data analyzed to identify risk factor, use logistic regression. This is the result of my research. The result of my research in bivariate analyze. We can see that the total cholesterol and the physical activity correlated significantly associated with the stroke attack with p-value less than 0.05. And the factors that influence recurrent stroke attack in emergency room at Ngudi Waluyo General Hospital are hypertension with odds ratio 0.258 and number 2 body mass index with odds ratio 0.694. Number 3 physical activity with odds ratio 0.012. Number 4 family history of stroke with odds ratio 56.047. Number 5 history of hypertension with odds ratio 0.092. And the last head attack story with odds ratio 141.944. So the factors influencing recurrent stroke in emergency department are hypertension, cholesterol, body mass index, physical activity, low physical activity, family history of stroke, history of hypertension, and history of heart disease. The discussion, number 1, hypertension cause of stroke. Second stroke because dysregulation of cerebral blood vessel and can accelerate the accumulation of fat. The result can the blood vessel atherosclerosis, get atherosclerosis. Same with my our research. The patient first attack 67.6% have hypertension grade 2 and 60.9% have hypertension grade 1. The second stroke 16.5% hypertension grade 2 and 50% hypertension grade 1. On the history of hypertension, cause of second stroke related increase in diastolic blood pressure after the first stroke if the blood pressure uncontrolled. And the third, high cholesterol cause second stroke because plaque accumulated cholesterol block in artery in artery and contribute to the atherosclerosis. Number 5, body mass index, height of body mass index, cause of second stroke, related the mechanism of increased blood pressure, cholesterol, and insulin resistant. That this the physical activity, especially low physical activity, a significant risk factor for recurrent stroke related obesity, diabetes, and hypertension. Number 6, family history of stroke related to second stroke because genetic factor can increase susceptibility to stroke. Through tendency such as hypertension, dyslipidemia, and atherosclerosis. And the last, history of heart disease, cause of second stroke because blood clotting forming can travel to the brain, so can stroke attack. The conclusion, the risk factor are hypertension, history of hypertension, a family history of stroke, history of heart disease, and high cholesterol. The dominant factor are history of heart disease. This is indicating that unhealthy health condition significantly increase the rise of stroke recurrence. This is a reference of our study. Thank you for the time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much for Mrs. Devi Ramawati. But please, you still have to stay with us. We still need to move to our second presenter. Please welcome Mrs. Ngesti.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so for Mrs. Ngesti, you also have 10 minutes to present your research or maybe your presentation for today. And for Mrs. Devi Ramawati and for Mr. Agus, please still stay with us until the last of the first session. And then we will have a discussion time for all the presenters for this session, okay? Mrs. Ngesti, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
please, the time is yours.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Ngesti, and my research is evaluation of consumer trust through e-service and its influence on CKN participant loyalty. Next, introduction. Building trust through e-service complaint is one of the efforts chosen by BPJS to increase trust. The enhance trust and loyalty, the skill of BPJS officials are required. In Malang City, the participant rate has reached around 80% with a target of 98% as stated by the head of BPJS in Malang City. To further increase participant trust and loyalty, BPJS officials must possess the necessary skill to encourage people to join BPJS and create the right appeal to gain the trust of BPJS participant in the community. Competent health service officer will positively increase the quality of service. The quality of service provided. This is crucial, a part of effort to improve service quality, as explained by research KF Yang et al. In 2017, service quality has positively influenced satisfaction as well as brand loyalty. purpose of this research. The purpose of this research is to evaluate customer trust that influence the loyalty of JKN participant. Method. This research is described analytic with a cross-sectional approach. The population consists of its dozen to 7,800 is 5 JKN participants in the city of Malang with a sample calculated using the Slovene formula, resulting in 120 respondents, targeting a group of individuals who are participants in the National Health Insurance. The study focused on JKN participants in Malang City. Customer trust is analyzed as a variable influencing customer loyalty through e-service. The term customer in this research refers to JKN participant, a social insurance program managed by BPJS in Indonesia. The study employed a quantitative approach to evaluate relationship between variables. The variable measure include customer trust and its influence on customer loyalty. Next. Okay. Result. The research on customer trust evaluate and its impact on JKN participant loyalty in Malang City begins with the compliance program. The study was conducted in Malang City. Data show that trust level from respondent via heights with 89.4% categorized as trusting, while the remaining percentages show moderate trust. Additional, it's the 4.3% indicated loyal. This is significant because trust help improve participant loyalty to service, ultimate enhancing the sustainability of JKN membership. Instance of dropout participant demonstrate the lack of trust, which can negatively affect the number of JKN participants. Based on analyzed result, p-value 0.000 indicating that hypothesis O is rejected. Therefore, it can be concluded that there is a significant effect of trust on the loyalty of JKN participants in Malang City in 2023. Discuss. Trust is an individual behavior motivated by an optimistic about the well-being and interest of their partner. System claim that trust is an effective way to minimize uncertain or reduce source of uncertainty. Moorman defined trust as the willingness to rely on an exchange partner one has confidence in. Data from table 4.3 show that trust level among respondents are high with 69.4% categories is trusting, while the remaining percentage has moderate trust. This is important because trust will help improve participant loyalty to JKN service, which will ultimately enhance the sustainability of JKN membership. Conclusion, number one, customer trust is a true belief in BPJS product, which are trusted to be benefits for oneself and others. There is an increase in customer trust that from loyalty, which will affect loyalty. Customer loyalty is a loyal attitude showing support and compliance with the policies made by the company, in this case, BPJS Health. Next, recommendation. Number one, for institution, it is expected that the result of this research can be used as reference material and a guideline for further research and can increase knowledge regarding the factor causing delays in payment of JKN participant. And number two, for village to be used as input and consideration in increase public awareness to delays in payment of JKN contribution because the health insurance program provide many benefits for the Indonesian people. Number three, for further research, change need to be made to the research method, such as adding other appropriate variable in order to add reference for further research. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for Mrs. Yastil Utami. The next one and the last for the first session is Mr. Agus Khairul Anam.
Oke, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
I am sorry because this is the hard rainly in Blitar. Maybe my signal is not good.
Do you need our help, sir, to maybe to present your material?
I share by myself.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, maybe the signal is not good.
Okay. Did you already send us the PowerPoint maybe? If you already do, then we will help you to present it from here. Okay.
Okay.
Your voice is clear enough, sir. So I think it's okay for you. Mr. Agus? Okay. He left the Zoom. Maybe, yeah, because of the rain. He lost the signal. So should we move to the next presenter maybe? Actually, she will present in the second session, but let us try first. Miss Najwa Zulfa Sofiana.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe, okay, Mr. Agus already joined us again here. Better than me. For Miss Najwa, maybe you will have to wait first because Mr. Agus already joined us here. Mr. Agus?
Yes.
Is it okay for you to? Maybe if it's not, then we will move to Miss Natural first. You will have time to prepare presentation. Mr.
Yeah,
Rak- Okay.
yeah. Okay.
So we will start with Mrs. Natural first, and then we will move to you for the next presentation. Okay. Okay, Mrs. Naspa, the time is yours. You may present.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. With great respect, I would like to welcome everyone to the 7th International Conference on Health and Well-being organized by the Health Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health Malang. I'm honored for the participation and contribution in sharing knowledge, innovation, and idea in the field of health. Previously, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Najwa Sofiana from the Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health Malang, Blitar Nursing Associate Expert Study Program. Would like to introduce my innovation in the field of healthcare, namely the right and left tilt body support pillow as an effort to prevent and reduce the risk of pressure ulcers in bed rest patients. Okay, so quoting from Zuriana Nilam, decubitus ulcer is a condition where the physical structure of the skin is damaged and skin function is abnormal as a result of external pressure on a bony prominence. Decubitus ulcers left untreated for too long will cause the wound to deepen and might lead to infection. This will affect how therapy is delivered. A pressure sore can impact patient with tissue pain, loss of activity, impaired self-image, altered quality of life, and financial burden. Decubitus is caused by several major factors that can damage the integrity of the skin and underlying tissue. Prolonged pressure is the main cause, where constant pressure impedes blood flow to the skin, leaving the tissue deprived of oxygen and nutrients, eventually leading to damage in addiction, friction that occur when the skin rubs against surface, such as when a patient is moved, can damage the skin layers, especially in individuals with limited mobility. Another contributing factor is moisture, which comes from sweat, urine, or feces. This moisture can weaken the skin protective layer, increasing the risk of wounds and infection. The combination of this factor can accelerate the development of pressure sores, especially in patients in bed rest or with limited mobility. In Indonesia, the number of patients with decubitus wound is high, especially in individuals or on prolonged bed rest. Based on the RICS 2080 risk index, the national prevalence of decubitus wound reached 33.3% with a higher rate in East Java at 55.3%. This condition often occurs in patients with a limited mobility, such as elderly, stroke patient, or people with chronic disease. The prevalence varies depending on the type of care facility, with 5 until 11 in acute hospital, 50 until 25% in long-term care facility, and 7 until 12% in home care service. These high rates indicate the need for prevention effort through regular body position change, the use of assistive device such as a specialist support pillow, and optimal wound care to improve patient quality of life. Therefore, according to Hurley 2021, changing the patient position every 2 hours with a slope of about 30 degree is a highly recommended action to prevent decubitus wound, which are wounds that occur due to prolonged pressure on the skin and body tissue. This position change is important because it can reduce pressure on a certain points on the body, which often occurs on part of the body that are in direct contact with the bed, such as back, buttocks, or heels. By changing position regularly, the pressure of this area can be reduced so that blood flow to the stress area of the body is maintained. A good blood flow is essential to prevent damage to body tissue due lack of oxygen and nutrient carried by the blood. Without proper blood circulation, tissue can become damaged and undergo necrosis, leading to decubitus wound. In addition, this position change become more effective if supported by cause of support device such as special pillow or other support device. This tool is used to keep the patient position stable and reduce the risk of the patient returning to a position that can cause excessive pressure on vulnerable area. A regular pillow have several disadvantages such as shifting easily, flattening quickly, and being difficult to clean, making them less effective for use in the care of bed rest patient. This weakness make the pillow uh, unable to keep the patient position stable, which can increase the risk of pressure, sore, or decubitus, as increase the workload for nurse or caregivers. For this reason, I'm allowed to introduce the right and left tilt body support pillow as an innovation in the field of nursing. This tool is designed to reduce decubitus ulcers. Uh, bef Before we get into detail of the device, we have to develop this important to know the research methodology that was used when designing right and left body support. Below, we conducted 5 steps. First, analysis. At this stage, interview doctor and nurses to identify the problem of ordinary pillow that are less effective in preventing decubitus because they shift easily, flatten quickly, and are difficult to clean. Second, design a support
Yes.
pillow with a
Good.
special specification such
Is
as
it good? Okay. Excuse me, you have 2 minutes left, so maybe you can present faster. Okay.
okay. I will move to the data collection for this document was conducted at Klinik Mitra Medica located in Jeblok Blitar. Okay, first design the right and left body support pillow had this advantage such as easy shifting, requiring more than 2 pillows, difficult to clean, flattening quickly. And the second design of the right and left tilt body support pillow was created to overcome the weakness of initial design. This pillow is designed with a sturdy structure using a lightweight and strong wooden frame equipped with a soft background filling material. And then how to use this pillow, I'm sorry. Of course, the first thing is to open the hook of this pillow, then the patient can choose the slope as desired. And the first picture, patient can choose the slope as desired, 60-degree slope, and the second is, I'm sorry, 19-degree slope, 60-degree slope, and third picture is 30-degree slope. Before we use this pillowcase can be fitted so that it's easy to clean and the patient can use is such a leaning tilting the body. And the conclusion is the product development of the right and left tilt body support pillow was developed using the ID model. The ID method was been achieved with good assessment result. The Namely, the assessment of 2 expert validator obtained value. The level of validation of the product is very visible to use, and the trial stage conduct on 6 participants obtained result into the product level is very visible to use. thus the presentation that I can convey. Hopefully what I have explained is useful and can provide new insight. Thank you for your attention and time. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much to Ms. Najwa. So for this three first presenter, we will have a discussion time. Maybe any question from the audience in the Zoom, maybe, or maybe for the audience who present with us right now in the room, or for the reviewer. Okay. Let me see first. Okay, maybe it's clear enough for the presentation because there is no more question, or maybe there's nothing to discuss. So we will move to the next session. And okay, so for the second session, Mr. Agus, are you here with us? Okay, good. Okay, for Mr. Agus, you have 10 minutes. Also the same for the other presenters. You may present your material right now. The time is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. I'm sorry because the signal is bad. I will present about my research. Same with the last research by Najwa, designing pillow. And this is designing a transfer blanket as a tool for transferring total care patient in the stroke unit room at Mutiwalo Yanolinggi Hospital. And then the objective of this research okay. Patient with can in the hospital, there are three kind of dependent level divided into three, namely minimal care or self-care, partial care, and total care. And as you know, in stroke unit, maybe there are many kind of patient, self-care, partial care, and total care. And then exactly on patient with total care, you're able to fulfill their physiological needs and then depend on family and nurse. And then we know that according to Potter and Perry, 2014, patients who experience bed rest for a long period of time need to be transferred to bed with a frequency of every 2 up to 4 hours to prevent pressure sore or decubitus. And then based on our observation during clinical practice in intensive care unit at Sutono Madiun Hospital, some nurses argue that to reduce the incidence of decubitus, nurse intervention by repositioning or changing the position of the patient. And then several nurses say that difficulties due to the tool used in repositioning the patient body that are less effective and adequate. Difficulties not only at the time of repositioning, but in the act of returning the patient position to original position. Based on this description, the researcher is interested in examining the design of a bed transfer blanket, total care patient, and then the method using for this research is R&D, research and development method. As you know, R&D, we using RD. RD mean namely analysis, design, develop, implementation, and evaluation. The result and discussion. Assessment result from expert validation result that this device from expert validator evaluation and suggestion that have been given will be used as material for product revision. In this first product assessment stage, the supervisor as an expert validator, the assessment was carried out during the proposal seminar. Then the product is included in the classification board. And then from expert validation, the result of this analysis, personal score in the range of 81% up to 10%, 100% based on Damayanti is included in the very feasible classification. And then from the field trial in the clinic, we have 5 participants and analysis result obtain the standard 61% up to 80%. Then the product is classified as suitable for use. And then with ADI analysis, design, develop, implementation, and evaluation based on the data, this blanket is expected to provide a sense comfort and safety and effective to preventing complication exactly on total bed rest. This is the design of the transfer blanket, bed transfer blanket design. And then we know the length of 121 and weight is 145. And development, we try to field study on clinic and try using this device to moving patient and then to give left side and right side position. And then by this product, the product is ordered to create comfort in the user body, not too tired and according with the needs of the human body. However, we try to revise and waiting for input for validator and participant. This is, in the conclusion, bed transfer blanket is needed as an effective transfer for tool to prevent and reduce the risk of decubitus ulcer. And then on the product design, an innovative product that is made like a modified blanket as a tool for transferring bed for a total care patient. And the expert validator very visible based on expert validator. And visibility, this product is very visible to use. And then based on the 5 participant observation. This is the picture and documentation about in bahasa maybe selimut alih baring. And then this is to transfer patient and not only to transfer patient but also to making left side and right side patient exactly on total care patient. I think that's all. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much for Mr. Agus. You still have 3 minutes left actually, but it's a good presentation. So next we will move to our next presenter. Please welcome Miss Keisha Alisa Stefano. Okay, I will announce once more. Miss Keisha Alisa Stefano, are you here with us?
Okay, maybe the signal is not good.
Okay. Is she your student, sir? Is she with you? No?
Yes.
Okay.
Miss Keisha?
Yes.
Okay, you ready, yeah?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, so please, you have 10 minutes to present your material. So the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, greeting offered to for us all. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. With great respect, I would like to welcome everyone to the 7th International Conference on Health and Well-being organized by the Health Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health Malang. I'm honored for the participation and contribution in sharing knowledge, innovations, and ideas in the field of health previously. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Keisha Alisa Stefano from the Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health Malang, Retired Nursing Study Program. I would like to introduce my innovation in the field of healthcare, namely the design of carpal exercise device in preventing hand contracture of stroke patient.
Let me try once more. Miss Keisha, are you hear me? Do you hear me? Okay. We cannot see your presentation actually. Maybe you forgot to
Yes.
hear it with us. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Sebentar.
Okay. You may full screen it. Okay. Thank you. You may continue, Miss.
So next is directly on the introduction. So according to Devi et al., stroke is a permanent neurological disorder due to disruption of blood circulation to the brain that occurs suddenly, progressively, and rapidly, which can cause damage to the brain and cause long pain for people who suffer from it, namely paralysis, cause stroke sufferers to experience limitations in carrying out their daily activities. Stroke, also known as cerebrovascular accident or CVA, occurs when the supply of blood and oxygen to a part of the brain is interrupted. This interruption can be caused by a blockage or rupture in blood vessels, leading to the death of brain cells and subsequent loss of brain function. Stroke is classified into two main types: ischemic stroke caused by a blood clot or obstruction in the blood vessels, and hemorrhagic stroke caused by the rupture of a blood vessel in the brain. A transient ischemic attack, often called a mini stroke, occurs when blood flow is temporarily reduced without causing permanent damage. Stroke can have significant effects including paralysis, loss of muscle strength, impaired mobility, and difficulties with speech, vision, or cognition. Common symptoms include sudden weakness or numbness on one side of the body, difficulty speaking or understanding speech, dizziness, loss of balance, and severe headache. The Ministry of Health noted in Indonesia alone there are around 63 to 7% of elderly people after stroke who cannot live independently for a long time. Meanwhile, in the East Java, according to the chart by SI Surveillance PTM about the distribution of stroke cases in East Java by person by age group from 2019 to 2021, the results show that in 2019, the highest stroke cases were in the 50 until 59 age group with in Bahasa 16.451 cases. In 2020, the highest stroke cases were in the 60 until 69 age group with 9,963 cases. In 2021, the highest stroke cases in the 60 until 69 age group were in Bahasa 10.149 cases. What can we conclude from the data is mostly the stroke patients are elderly patients, and that will be my focus on this devices research. Next complication that might happen for stroke elderly patient is contracture. Contracture is a pathological condition characterized by stiffness and body tissues caused by the shortening of soft tissue under the skin. This results in a reduced range of motion in the affected area. Contractures can occur in muscle, tendons, ligaments, or skin and are commonly associated with conditions like burns, neurological disorder, or prolonged immobility. Specifically, in stroke patients, contractures develop when muscle or joints are immobilized or unused for extended periods, leading to muscle shrinkage, stiffness, and limited joint mobility. This condition often causes pain and restrict movements, significantly impacting the patient's quality of life. Based on the statement before, stroke patients are dominated by elderly patients, where some of them have lost the ability to exercise that require excessive movement or even sitting. So they need a tool. Nursing intervention that can be given to resolve previous problem in the upper extremities in post-stroke patients are to perform range of motion exercise, ROM exercise, or rehabilitation in stroke patients. Also aims to improve neurological function through physical therapy and other techniques. Especially for several days to weeks after a stroke, the goal is to prevent stiffness or contracture so that stroke patients do not cause complication in the form of disability. Based on the description of the problems above, in helping to recover an ROM training in post-stroke patients, researchers are interested in conducting research and developing tools to help prevent contractures of stroke patients with the title Design of Carpal Exercise Device in Preventing Hand Contractures of Stroke Patients. Research design used in this study is the research and development method using the DDA, development model research procedure, which consists of 5 stages including analysis, design, development, implementation, and evaluation. Then for the data collective, the place and time of the research in the neurology clinic of Multivaluable Hospital, which was conducted in January until May 2024. The subjects in the study were 10 stroke patients who were undergoing outpatient care at the neurological clinic of Multivaluable Hospital. Then here I want to explain about my device. The exercise carpal device is a special glove made for stroke patients that aims to prevent stiffness and contractures in the hands of stroke patients. This product is designed like a glove with a layer of fabric that is modified in such a way to be continued with a flexible wire that can follow the hands or finger of stroke patients. The carpal exercise device is made of 5 materials, namely cloth, cotton cloth, adhesive straps, flexible aluminum sewing thread. The carpal exercise device was developed using the ADDA model, a structural framework, a compassing analysis design, development, implementation, and evaluation. During the analysis phase, we identified that the need for a practical, affordable, and user-friendly tool to prevent hand contractures in stroke patients, as existing solutions were often uncomfortable or expensive. In the design phase, the device was conceptualized as a glove incorporating flexible wires for finger support, soft cotton fabric for comfort, and I will continue this to the design first. As you can see, the left one is the first design if the carpal exercise device. The weakness of the first design was the wire can risk injuring the patient because it's not properly enclosed. The glove felt hot when used for extended periods, and much more. And to the right side, the improvement on the new design in the device is quite obvious. size were made more varied to accommodate a wider range of hands. The wire was securely enclosed and neatly stitched into the clothes to eliminate safety concerns, and adjustments were made to the materials and design to make the device more comfortable, particularly for extended use. From all these explanations, it makes me wonder how to use it. Then here I will explain how to use this device. Number one, ensure the carpal exercise device is clean and intact before use. After that, place the patient's hand on the device. Make sure the palm is facing the ground and its fingers are fixed perfectly on the device. Then secure adhesive strap on its fingers. Number two, the next step is grab off the adhesive straps below one. Press it between index finger and thumb. And three, then put it around the hand until it reaches between little finger and wrist, and then stick it again. Grab the another step. After that, circling it around the wrist until it's back to the upside of the hand. Number five is back to stick it. And then six, the device is ready to apply. The conclusion is the carpal exercise device developed using the ADDA model has demonstrated significant potential as an effective tool for preventing hand contractures in stroke patients. Through systematic analysis, design, development, implementation, and evaluation, the device was refined to meet patient needs for comfort, safety, and practically. Feedback from expert validators and participants during the trials guided enhancements such as improved size option, better safety measures, and increased users' comfort, with a feasibility rating of 18.6% from experts and 81% from participants. The device proves to be a viable alternative therapy for stroke rehabilitation. Future studies are encouraged to further evaluate its long-term effectiveness and broaden its application. Maybe that's all presentation that I could convey. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you so much to Ms. Keisha. For the next one, we will have Miss Cecil Miranda Sinta.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so wait for a second. I will call for Miss Fadila Ayu Arista. Miss Fadila Ayu Arista, are you here? Okay, if we don't have Miss Fadila Ayu Arista with us, so Miss Cecil Miranda will be the last presenter for today for our oral presentation. So please, Miss Cecil, the time is yours.
Thank you for the time. Good afternoon all. I'm Cecil Miranda Sinta from Malang State Health Polytechnic, the nursing study program, and I graduated on 2023, a year ago. And this is my research that focus on medication adherence of people with hypertension. Yes.
Please present your PowerPoint.
Okay. Am I able?
Okay, yes, thank you.
Yes. The title is Hypertension Awareness Class and as an effort in increasing the compliance of hypertension. Hypertension is one of the non-communicable diseases that is currently rife. It is estimated that 2 per 3 cases of hypertension in Indonesia are undiagnosed. There was an increase in the prevalence rate of hypertension by 8.3% from 2013 to 2018. Peer control is known to contribute to failure to diagnose case and inadequate treatment. If the control target is successful, it is expected that complications such as stroke, kidney failure, heart disease, and the risk will decrease. And the methodology in the study research use a quantitative research type with a one-group pre-test, post-test, pre-experimental research design. In the one-group pre-test, post-test design, the dependent variable is measured as a group before, pre-test, and after post-test, a treatment is given. In the study, the treatment or intervention given was class sadar hypertensi. This research was conducted in the working area of the UPT Puskesmas Sukorejo, Blitar City from February until March 2022. The data collection technique used a purposive sampling method with inclusion criteria, namely hypertension sufferers of productive age 15 until 70 years who were recorded at the UPTD Puskesmas Koridor District, Karangsari Village, Blitar City. Adherence scores low, moderate, and do not routine take medication. The study has 20 respondents who meet the inclusion criteria. The research instrument used the MMAS 8 adherence scale related to adherence to taking medication for hypertension sufferers. And this is the result and discussion. And based on the table 3.1, gender of respondent, it shows that most of the respondents, 75% or 16 respondents are female. And based on the table 3.2 shows that 50% of the respondents or 10 respondents have an age range of 60 until 69 years old. And the education of respondent in class sadar hypertensi for the period of March 2023, based on the table 3.3, it shows that the number of respondents with elementary education is the same as the number of the respondents with high school education, namely 40%. This shows that there are differences in the knowledge possessed in receiving information. And based on the table 3.4, it shows that a small percentage of respondents, 40% or 8 respondents are housewives. This is the specific data from the research based on the result of the MMAS 8 questionnaire regarding adherence to taking medication. The result obtained were that 85% of respondents had low adherence to taking hypertension medication, and 15% of respondents had adherence to take moderate hypertension medication. And after class was held, the result obtained were that 40% of respondents had low adherence, 20% of respondents had moderate adherence, and 40% of respondents had high adherence in taking hypertension medication. And this is the content of MMAS scale 8. Always remember to take medicine, routinely take medication in the last 2 weeks, continue to undergo treatment even though the condition does not improve, always carry medicine when traveling, took medicine yesterday, continue to undergo treatment even though the condition is improving, don't feel bothered by having to take regular medication, and do not forget to take medicine frequently. And the compliance result based on parameter of MMAS 8 compliance scale shows an increase in age compliance behavior. The average increase is quite good, but there's compliance behavior that not maximized compared to other behaviors, namely the behavior of remembering to take medication to 50% from only 10%, routinely take medication during the last 2 weeks to 40%, previously 30%. Research believe that the age factor is also one of the cases of forgetting to take medication. Old age tends to decrease cognitive function. This is aligned with research conduction by which that cognitive abilities in the elderly tend to decrease, one of which is ability to remember. This is one of the reasons why the elderly do not take hypertension medication and result in uncontrolled blood pressure. And this is the conclusion based on the research result of class sadar hypertensi as an effort increase hypertension compliance. Several conclusions can be drawn as follows. There was an increase in medication adherence behavior after the class sadar hypertensi was held. The result of measuring the compliance level showed that 85% of the respondents with low compliance decreased to 40% of respondents. 15 of respondents with moderate complication increased to 20% of respondents. And after the class was held, 40% of respondents had high compliance, where before the class was held, there were no respondents have high compliance. And the factor that support the increase of audience behavior is the increase in knowledge about hypertension given to research respondents, and addition respondents were able to share their experiences in undergoing treatment during discussion session and in the implementation of the class hypertension, so that mutual support emerged. See picture that either the increase in adherence behavior at the feeling of being cured and the absence of symptoms, causing hypertension patient to decide to take medication only when symptoms appear. The decrease in obedient behavior occurred because respondents chose to eat fruits such as star fruit and watermelon. Consumption of antihypertensive drugs is done only when symptoms appear or are more severe. The result of measuring medication adherence after the class sadar hypertension was implemented showed that there was an increase in these 8 parameters: forgetting behavior and not routinely take medication for 2 weeks had lower scores than other complication parameters. And this is the reference. That's all. Thanks for the attention. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for Ms. Cecil. And for the last one, maybe the last call, yeah, for Miss Fadila. Are you joining us? Okay, it's same as before, yeah. So, Miss Fadila right now is not present with us. So, this is the last presentation for the second session for oral presentation. First, I would like to ask to the audience that already present with us here. Maybe do you have any question? You may ask the presenter that already present the material just now. Or from the online audiences from the Zoom. Actually, we have.
Maybe can I give
okay.
question to presenter, Miss Andaya?
Yes, of course, Miss Agus. Okay. You may.
Thank you very much. From International Study Program, maybe two presenter, Mbak Kesa and Najwa, present about development innovation in nursing, exactly to prevent decubitus ulcer and then to prevent contracture. Maybe from Kesa and Najwa, you can describe you develop your prototype in the next time, because this is very important exactly to prevent contracture and to prevent decubitus. Maybe you can describe what's your plan to develop this device in the next time. For Kesa and Najwa.
Okay, for both of the presenters. For the next development, what do you want to do next, maybe? If I can conclude. First, maybe Ms. Najwa or Ms. Keisha. Please, to Ms. Najwa, you may answer the question.
Okay. Maybe I will answer the question from the Mr. Agus. It has the potential to be mass produced as a health aid with a opportunity develop more efficient design and more environmentally friendly material. This product can be further developed with a more ergonomic design, with a more environmentally friendly material. Maybe that's my answer.
Okay. Is that enough? Ms. Natra? Okay, maybe we move to Ms. Keisha. You may explain to us what is your next plan? What is your next plan for your product, maybe for the next development?
Yes.
Okay, here.
All right, I will answer from a question for Mr. Agus. Probably in the future, it is hoped that the carpal exercise device will continue to evolve as a widely accessible and effective tool for stroke rehabilitation. With further research and development, can be refined to enhance its comfort, adaptability, and functionality, catering to a broader range of patients. Additionally, large-scale clinical trials could provide stronger evidence of its long-term effectiveness, leading to its integration into standard rehabilitation protocols. Or even collaboration with healthcare providers and institutions may also help in optimizing its design and promoting its use in various settings. Innovation has the potential to significantly improve the quality of life
Okay, thank you very much. This is the challenge for us exactly
and
to
empowering them to regain
develop
independence.
this device, and then I think
Maybe that's all from me, Mr. Agus. Is that enough?
we will be get earn money to share and to develop this device, and then make relationship with this hospital and clinic to develop this device, and then from PPNI, association owners, maybe to give some contribute, and then evaluation, and then your motivation to develop this device. I think that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for Mr. Agus. Maybe they are your team because you have the same area to improve, right? You want to make or you want to create any product that will be used in nursery, maybe, yeah. Any plan to drafting it for patent, maybe, sir?
Yeah, maybe we try to make a patent for all of the product from Blitar Nursing Study Program. And I hope all of the lecturer here try to develop prototype and then everything device to overcome many problems from the patient.
Yes,
Keep spirit to make an innovation.
I think all of the lecturers maybe need to join with you maybe for the research team.
Of course, of course.
Okay, thank you so much for Mr. Agus and for all the teams that already present today. And maybe for the reviewers that already attend here, please you may give the evaluation for all the oral presenters. So maybe for the next time, maybe for tomorrow, we can present which one is the best presenter. And maybe because we don't have the MC here, so should I give back to the MC or I close for myself? Okay. Okay, so thank you so much for all the audience in the online Zoom, and of course for all the audience in the that already present with us here in the room. And thank you for the attendance, Mr. Ibnu. Okay. Okay, thank you so much. And then because we still have the second day for tomorrow, so we still hope that you will join us still in the same link. So for the international participant, please give some time, maybe in your day for tomorrow to join us because we still have some invited speakers that will present the research for tomorrow. And for the poster presentation, as you can see, maybe for the audience that attend in the room, you can see and read maybe, and then you can vote. We already have the QR code. You can scan it, and then you can choose which one that you think is the best poster. And maybe for the admin, maybe they already send maybe the link, send the poster voting form in the online Zoom, maybe so that the participant or the audience in the online Zoom can also choose which one is the best poster for them. Okay, maybe that's all that we can say. And for the mistakes, or maybe for our, yeah, maybe there's something that is not in your convenience, or maybe make you inconvenience in anything, we will say, or we would apologize. And thank you for your attendance. Good afternoon, and see you tomorrow with a better experience and better life. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for all committee.
Thank you so much, Mr. Agus, for joining us. Please don't forget to join us again tomorrow.
Of course.
Okay, thank you. Maybe for the committee, you can copy paste the link so that the audience can directly click copy it first in the comment section. Maybe for the online attendance that hasn't filled in the attendance link, please spare your time to fill it. Okay, so we already sent you the polling for poster voting form. We already include the picture inside so you can see it inside the form. Thank you so much.
Maybe could you please to share the attendance list on
Okay, wait a second.
the 6?
For the attendance, daftar hadir. Yes, hadir online.